Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to this afternoon's BCP Planning Board meeting. My name is Councillor David Kelsey, and I will be chairing this meeting this afternoon. And the first thing I will do this afternoon is to ask each person participating in this meeting to state their names and their roles. I will call each person individually, and if they could just respond, please. Councillor Stephen Barron.
Councillor Barron, Ward Councillor for Parkstone.
Councillor Steve Bartlett, sorry.
Councillor Steve Bartlett, Councillor for Redhill and Northbourne Ward.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
Councillor of Stroudham Park and Muscliffe and Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Simon Bull.
Councillor Simon Bull, Councillor for Winton East Ward.
Councillor Malcolm Davies. Councillor Davies. Malcolm, you're on mute.
Sorry, Councillor Malcolm for East Southbourne and Tacton.
Thank you. Councillor Norman Decent.
Councillor Norman Decent, Councillor for Kinston and West Howe.
Councillor Brian Dion.
Councillor Brian Dion, Penn Hill.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Town Centre, Christchurch.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Councillor for Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe.
Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
Councillor for Heatherlands, Newtown and Heatherlands, get the name right.
Councillor.
And since Councillor Borthwick mentioned it, Mayor of Poole.
Thank you, Marion. Councillor Toby Johnson.
Councillor Toby Johnson, Councillor for Alderney and Bourne Valley Ward.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Councillor Tony O'Neill, Councillor for Penn Hill Ward.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Anne Stribley, Parkstone Ward Councillor.
Thank you. Members, if I could just remind you, please, that when you are going to speak, could you please turn your cameras on? Otherwise, nobody can see who you are and it doesn't come up on the live stream feed for the members of the public. Thank you. Mr. Gould.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Simon Gould, Development Management Manager.
Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Development Management Team Leader.
Mr. Hodges.
Afternoon, Chair. David Hodges, Team Leader, Development Management.
Mr. Burridge.
Thank you, Chairman. Peter Burridge, Senior Planning Officer.
Sophie Maudsley.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, Sophie Maudsley, Principal Planning Officer.
James Gilfillian.
Good afternoon, Chair. James Gilfillian, Senior Planning Officer.
John Maidman.
Good afternoon, Chair. John Maidman, Planning Officer.
Robert Firth.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Robert Firth, Senior Solicitor.
Tanya Coulter.
Good afternoon, Tanya Coulter, Senior Solicitor.
And Mr. Tyler.
Good afternoon, Joe Tyler, Democratic Services Officer and Clerk for this meeting.
Thank you very much. We also have other Democratic officers present this afternoon that are helping with the stream and technical side of this meeting. Mr. Tyler, could I ask you please to read out the housekeeping notices regarding how the meeting will be managed? Thank you.
Certainly, Chairman. Thank you. So please can everyone note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone present follow these ground rules for speaking. Only speak when invited to by the Chairman. Always turn on your video function when invited to speak. State your name before you speak if you have not been introduced by name already. Please mute your microphone when you are not talking. After the committee has heard from the planning officer and received written statements from the public and ward councillors, the Chairman will ask committee members who wish to speak to do so by utilising the raise hand feature in the bar at the top of their Teams window. The messaging bar should not be used unless you are raising a point of order or providing the wording for an amendment. If at any point you would like to speak again, please use the raise hand feature again. And can I just remind everyone that once you've made your point or asked your question, please can you lower the hands. And finally, the chairman will ask each member in turn how they wish to vote once we do get to the vote. Can you ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and that mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Moving on to the agenda items for this meeting. Mr. Tyler, do we have any apologies, please?
We do, Chairman. Thank you. We have received apologies from Councillor Simon McCormack, and with item 2 substitute members, there are none for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Members, do we have any declarations of interest for any of this agenda meeting, please?
Yes, Chairman.
Hall.
Yes, Chairman. On item 6G, I asked it to come to committee, and I have spoken to the applicant and objectors. So in this case, it's only 100 yards from my house. I will not take part in that debate, Chairman, and that could be recorded, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. We will do that. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just a note for transparency on item 5A, Wessex Field. I'm a governor of University Hospitals, Dorset. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Could you please remember to take your hands down once you have spoken, please? Councillor Hall, you still have your hand raised. Okay, next item, item 4, is confirmation of minutes. Sorry, Councillor Stribley.
Thank you. I don't have a pecuniary interest, but I have received representations against 6A and G, and representations both for and against 6B, D and F. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. I think we can take that as practice, because I think we've all received all of those. I've certainly had hand-delivered letters and that from virtually every one of the applications today, so I think we're all covered on that, if I'm not mistaken. Confirmation of minutes. Could I ask if the committee agrees to me signing the minutes of the meetings held on the 27th of November, please? All agreed? Thank you very much for that. Public issues. I will explain that after the officer's presentation on each individual application, I will refer to the democratic officer to read out any written statements before we hear from any ward councillors who wish to speak. Item 6, we will now move on to the scheduled planning applications. Before we go into those, I will ask the committee's permission to defer the item for the Star Inn. The applicants have asked for a deferral on this item to be heard at a later date. Is there anyone that dissents from that, please? Thank you. We will take that as deferred. And on another notice, I will please ask Mr. Simon Gould to read out a short statement regarding the SPD on future parking standards. Mr. Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. I just wanted to provide members with a brief update in respect of the emerging parking SPD before we head into the agenda, because I'm conscious that some questions may come up on individual applications throughout the afternoon. Chairman, members will be aware that the Local Highway Authority have been preparing a new BCP-wide parking SPD, which is currently going along its journey towards adoption. As it stands today, the SPD has been out to consultation and was approved by Cabinet yesterday. It will now be heard at full council in early January. To help provide some clarity to members, I would advise it is entirely reasonable to consider the document as capable of being a material consideration where its content is relevant to an application. And I think to avoid acknowledging this would be remiss. Perhaps the bigger challenge is to consider what weight should be afforded to the document insights. As the document has not yet been adopted, officers do not consider it would be appropriate to give it full weight. However, at the present stage of the document's progress, officers currently consider it reasonable to at least give it limited weight. As the decision maker, this issue of weight is something to which members should have regard. In some cases, members may feel it justifiable and reasonable to add a condition or conditions to make a scheme acceptable, having regard to matters addressed in the emerging parking SPD. For example, the issue of EV charging points. is one that was covered in the emerging parking SPD, as well as being referred to elsewhere in other publications such as the NPPF. And members will recall a condition to secure EV charging points was added to a scheme in Poole at the last committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. That's much appreciated, and we'll come back to you if there are any further questions later on in the meeting. So the first item we have this afternoon is item 6A, which is Wessex Fields, and this is being presented to us this afternoon by Mr. Peter Burridge, and I would ask Mr. Burridge to forthcome us with these application. Could I just remind Councillor Hall, could you please remove your hand? It's still showing on the screen as being raised. Okay, over to Mr. Burridge, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you very much. Just bear with me one moment. I'll get my presentation ready. Right, can you see that, Chairman?
I can, thank you, Mr. Burridge.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. This planning application relates to Wessex Field and a planning application for a 4/5-storey business and household household storage building with associated access, car parking and landscaping. The application site adjoins Castle Lane East and is located between Tesco's and Tringham House. Royal Bournemouth Hospital stands to the other side of Tringham House. The red edge site boundary identifies the application site. The blue land is also within the applicant's control but does not form part of the application site. This is an aerial view of the site, which is currently vacant and enclosed by hoardings. These photos show the street view from Castle Lane East with the site behind the green hoardings. There's a view of the site beyond Tringham House seen from the left-hand corner, and a view towards the site from the Tesco car park that's on the right-hand side. The application site falls within an allocated employment site where policy CS26 of the Bournemouth Local Plan Core Strategy applies. This states that new development should provide a use within classes B1, B2 or B8. The proposal comprises a B8 lock and store facility and therefore is acceptable in principle. This application is a resubmission of a refuse scheme, and the previous application did not attract a refusal reason in respect of the proposed use. This slide shows the proposed site layout with the building set back behind a landscaped embankment and with vehicular access via Deansley Road. There is a new pedestrian and cycle path leading from Castle Lane East. This would wrap around the rear of the building and run through to an existing gate leading to the Tesco store. The applicant has an informal written agreement from Tesco, who to date have been supportive of helping to facilitate this link. This plan shows the site layout in comparison to other uses, so the proposal is outlined in orange on this map, on this plan. This slide shows the front and rear elevations. These revised plans have introduced areas of brickwork to better reflect the materials of the adjoining offices, larger areas of glazing, and reduce the extent of cladding to move away from the bright box-like appearance which typically typifies storage buildings, and overall improves the design quality of the building. So we have the front elevation at the top, and you can see the existing Tringham House to the left, and we have the rear elevation below. And then this slide shows the proposed side elevations. So we have the view which would face Tringham House at the top, and the view which would face the Tesco car park at the bottom. These slides probably help better sort of bring the proposal to life. So these proposed 3D images. This view shows the site from Castle Lane. This is another view from Castle Lane looking back towards Tesco's, so with the hospital behind us. This is a view from the Tesco car park. And this view is with Tringham House on the right and the hospital behind us. This slide shows the proposed floor plans. In this case, the lower part of the building, the ground floor, first floor and second floor. This slide shows the key landscape strategy for the site. The existing trees and bund are retained at the front, and the council's biodiversity officer is happy with the ecological enhancement works proposed, which are also shown by this plan. This shows that this site allows land to be dedicated to the council to secure the pedestrian and cycle links through the site, and runs from the front of the site to the rear. This addresses a previous objection raised at the time of the last application regarding a lack of permeability. As noted, the application has been submitted further to refusal of a previous scheme, and this plan shows a comparison between the proposed floor plan of the two schemes. So we have the site plan of the previous scheme on the left and the site plan of the proposed scheme on the right. So you can see that it's been pulled away from the Castle Lane frontage, and you can see the links that are provided. Ooh. So this plan shows the proposed elevations of the previous building. So we can see that what was proposed previously was characterised by large areas of orange cladding and didn't feature the higher quality materials of the proposed building. And on a final point, Chairman, it's noted that in the proposed section 106 terms, the last bullet point on the report should be omitted and no longer is considered to be necessary. So thank you, Chairman. This application is put forward for recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Burridge. Mr. Tyler, could we have any statements, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So we have received 2 statements in objection, 1 in support, and we do also have Ward Councillor Lawrence Williams, who is registered to speak on this item. I will now read out the first of the 2 statements in objection, and this written statement was prepared by Terence O'Rourke on behalf of Troika Development Limited. Troika owned Tringham House located next to the application site, including the private access road, and the statement is as follows. Troika strongly object to the application. Firstly, the revised design remains of excessive scale, mass and bulk, and still represents overdevelopment in terms of its height and increased footprint. These issues formed the basis of the council's decision to refuse the applicant's original application and have not been addressed in the application before you or justified in the report. Secondly, the lack of access to the application site from the public highway and also on highway safety grounds. The application red line does not link the application site to the adopted highway Deansley Road. It is therefore invalid because the site cannot be accessed from the public highway without third-party consent, as required by the PPG paragraph 024. In the report, paragraph 19, the council have accepted the status of the access to the application site is in dispute. The dispute is currently the subject of county court proceedings. Although the council's stated position is the disputed land is highway land, this is clearly not the legal position, as in paragraph 62, section 106 terms. The council are requiring the applicant not to object to any proceedings the council may take to adopt the disputed land, which must mean that the disputed land is currently not adopted. 3. Contrary to the statement in paragraph 19, Troika is not prepared to grant any rights of access over the disputed land. Therefore, there would be no access to the application site from the public highway, rendering the application invalid. 4. There are major highway safety issues. The proposal would result in any pedestrians or cyclists using the access to the application site having to use the private access road, which has no continuing footpaths or cycleways. The report, paragraph 45, acknowledges the proposed four-way crossroads is on a private road. Therefore, it cannot be constructed without the consent of Troika, which will not be granted. For the reasons detailed above, we would ask the committee to refuse the application, which proposes an undesirable development of the site with very limited economic benefits and which in any case could not be implemented. However, if the committee were minded to grant a consent, then contrary to the statement in paragraph 19, the council must, in accordance with PPG paragraph 009, impose a Grampian condition to the effect that no development shall take place until full access rights have been granted to connect the development with the public highway and the highway safety issues have been resolved. That is the end of objection statement number 1. Number 2 is from Aegeus Insurance. This statement has been prepared by Aegeus Insurance Limited. Aegeus is an insurance firm who were established in 1992. The firm has a large office within the Wessex Fields employment estate, which currently employs circa 1,000 people. The company has been at their premises since the early 2000s and chose the location specifically as it offered a high-quality office park. Aegeus object to this application as they believe that the proposed development offers a poor use of the site and unsightly design. These concerns are explained further below. First, excessive scale. The proposed building at 10,790 square metres, which is 116,000 square feet, and 4 to 5 stories on a 7,000 square metre, 1.7 acre site, appears to be significantly larger in density, scale and height than the adjacent buildings on the estate, despite the smaller size of its plot. This results in a building that is overly dominant and at odds with the general layout and appearance of the established buildings at Wessex Fields. 2. Poor design. Although it is recognised that the applicant has amended the proposed elevations, their brash design and appearance, combining orange, white and oyster colours, remain completely at odds with the rest of the estate, which is characterised by high quality pitched roof office buildings, faced with a simple palette of materials comprising buff bricks, white render and dark fenestration. 3. Limited employment. Despite the proposed building's excessive scale, the application confirms that the new development will only create up to 5 full-time equivalent jobs. Whilst considerable weight is placed upon the economic benefits of the proposal by the applicant, in our view, any benefit is limited and outweighed by the harm caused to the locality by means of its inappropriate scale, mass, bulk, and unsympathetic design. 4. Poor quality pedestrian and cycle routes. The proposed pedestrian cycle routes appear to be poorly laid out and lack natural surveillance. It is believed that their location to the rear of the proposed building and adjacent to a large car park would create undesirable routes that fail to ensure pedestrian safety and may lead to incidences of antisocial behaviour, particularly at night. We continue to object to the application for the reasons outlined in this statement and hope that the members of BCP Council's Planning Committee share these concerns and refuse the application. That is the end of the second statement in objection, and I will now read out the one statement received in support of the application, which has been received from Rebecca Jubb, Bell Cornwell Town Planners, on behalf of the applicant, and the statement is as follows. As agent for the applicant for this proposal, we welcome the strong recommendation for approval put forward by your officers. We have worked closely with your officers to refine and improve the scheme and achieve their full support. The scheme now in front of you fully addresses previous concerns, which related to the scale and design of the building, the need to achieve a well-connected highway network, and the objective to deliver biodiversity enhancements. Firstly, design. The revised proposal represents a high-quality design which will enable this vacant site to make a positive contribution to the area and provide an enhancement to its character. It is essential in the applicant's business for the building to be an attractive, well-presented destination for their customers in a welcoming and spacious setting. The proposed materials, layout and design detail in the elevations have been prepared in close discussion with your urban design officer and achieves their support. 2. Highways. The location has been clearly shown as sustainable for the local road network. Indeed, the proposal offers the opportunity to open up formal rights of way through the site, providing pedestrian access and permeability for adjacent homes and businesses. This is in line with the Council's long-term strategic objectives for the area and is welcomed and encouraged by your Highways officer, who comments that the proposals represent excellent improvements to the local walking and cycling infrastructure. The delivery of these improvements will be secured through the Section 106 agreement. 3. Biodiversity. A fully detailed biodiversity enhancement scheme has been submitted. The Ecology Officer confirms that the proposed biodiversity work will provide suitable biodiversity compensation and enhancement for the site. The development of this site will deliver one of the final pieces of the jigsaw in the Council's master plan for the Wessex Fields area, which has been progressed over many years. This vacant site will be put to a long-term positive use that will contribute to the local economy and community. The committee report provides a thorough assessment of all aspects of the proposals, including the delivery of and access to the development, and shows that the proposal is now fully supported by officers. We invite the committee to agree with the recommendation and grant planning permission. That's the end of the one statement in support, Chairman. I'll pass back to you to invite the Ward Councillor to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Councillor Williams, I believe you're with us. You're the Ward Councillor for this area. Would you like to speak, please?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, members, for listening. Almost everything I wanted to say has actually been read out in the two preceding statements from Aegis and Troika. I have to agree with everything that was said, particularly about the building. It's totally out of character for the area and really for the council's own plans for the medical centres to be built on Wessex Fields. From an employment point of view, 4 or 5 people instead of 400 is a terrible waste, in my opinion, of potential for that building. And really, it is something that is just totally out of keeping. As I said, most of everything I wanted to say has been said by Troika. I would urge you, please, to reject this, as the footprint particularly is almost identical in size, but I'm told it's slightly bigger than the previous plan, which was rejected on size. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Mr. Burridge, was there anything that you would like to come back on with regards to what you've heard from any of the objectors, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Just with regard to the size, if I just, sorry, go back to, so I'm just trying to share the screen again.
No problem.
Hopefully you can see that.
We can see that, Mr. Burridge.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, with regard to the slide, I did inadvertently jump past that slide. I wasn't quite sure how to go back. And that slide just shows a massing comparison between the two buildings, which shows that the height's been reduced and the overall massing's been reduced. On the application forms, just looking at the size of the building, the refused application was down as 11,514 square metres and the proposal 10,790. So just to clarify that the building has been reduced in size. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that, Mr. Burridge. I appreciate that. Could I please ask Mrs. Coulter if she would come in and clarify some of the access arguments that seem to be going on, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think just purely in relation to the reference in the first objection statement about the validity of the application and the access way. In your report as a sort of a preliminary consideration in paragraph 19, those issues are set out it covers the impact of the disputed area of land and the request for that pre-commencement grampian condition. And it is the council's, the legal officer's view, and our view that you have the capacity and the right and the legal right to consider this application. The application is valid. There is a dispute ongoing, that is correct, but the council's position is that that disputed land is public highway, and as such it is public highway at this moment, and has been for a significant length of time. And in addition, as set out in paragraph 19, even if that were found not to be the case, you would still be able to consider this application on its planning merits, whatever other disputes are going on, and it would not be appropriate to attach that condition. Just the final point on the objection in relation to access, I think, touches on the need or otherwise for the applicant to have access to the private land that's immediately adjacent to the site. It's the officer's understanding that the works that need to be carried out, both to that junction and to the cycleways and the pedestrian ways, would be within the boundary of the Lock and Store site, and the application has been considered on that basis, and those matters would then be dealt with by way of the 106 agreement if consent is granted this afternoon, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter. I much appreciated for your clarity on that. Okay, members, it's over to you. One that would like to kick off the debate on this one, please. No? Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm willing to dive in first if everybody else is waiting for that. I can see the arguments on both sides. I think it's certainly disappointing that it would only be a site for employment of less than 10 people, let's say 4 or 5 or 6, whatever, where it could be a site for the employment of a great deal more. And I think that's what the council hoped for. But if the use is B8 and B8 is acceptable in that area, then I don't think we can use that argument against it. I'm not thrilled with the design because I'm not very fond of flat roofs. But in actual fact, in the street scene there and with the trees, etc. around it, I think we would find it hard to refuse on visual grounds, because after all, we are looking at office or semi-industrial buildings of that type, and of course they do vary very much. Certainly the hospital has a mix of buildings and will be building newer ones as well. I am concerned with the dispute over the access, and I would be happier if we could put in a Grampian condition that no works on site until there is permanent public access across the disputed road. I know I hear Ms. Coulter saying that perhaps we can't do that, but I'm not certain why we can't. In theory, I could get planning permission to build in any one of your back gardens, but I couldn't do it without your permission, so why would I waste my time? This is sort of on the edge of that, but I can't believe that such a large plot of land is isolated from the highway. It doesn't look as though it is so isolated here, except that I'm assuming access would not be granted off Castle Lane. So access has to come in from a different area. So I'm a bit mixed on this one. I don't care for it. I can see the arguments against it, but I can't see any strong reasons for refusal other than the access. And I would like to be assured that we don't get into a legal mess with the council or anybody else over this access that really should be sorted before any work start on site. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Could I ask Mrs. Coulter to come back in with regard to access, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just to clarify, there is a private right-of-way of a part of that access road that is accepted, I think, by all parties, that it exists for lock and store. And then the part of the roadway that then is, I think it's 2/3 of the way up until Deansley Road, not Castle Lane, but Deansley Road, is disputed. But in the council's position is that it's public highway. So from the council's perspective, there is access to the public highway. Now that's disputed by Troika, but the council's position is, as the public highway, as the Highways Authority, that is public highway, and that is the position.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's an interesting one, this, and there seems to be some emotion surrounding it, but I would like to thank legal for bringing some clarity on the legal aspects and comments on the access and egress to this site. In terms of the floor space of this building, it wouldn't be of an uncommon size if it were to be a superstore. There are many in that range, and indeed, it's not untypical of warehousing. In fact, the design, in my view, is better than most similar warehouses that I've observed in travelling around the country. I really haven't got all considered much to say about this, except that I do believe that its design, its location, its access, height and mass is not harmful to this location, and therefore I feel inclined to support it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Do I have any other people wishing to speak? We seem to have a problem again with the hand raising bit on here. Councillor Davies.
Chairman, yes, I must say that originally I was a little bit concerned that the employment would only be 5 people, but that's not a planning issue. So, I think that we have to put that to one side. I think that it's a much better design than the original one that we refused. It's smaller, and I like the idea that the view from the main Castle Lane will be the huge embankment there. So I think that I can't see any problems really why we can't grant it, and I certainly will be supporting it.
Councillor Davies. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, no, I have to agree with Councillor Davies and O'Neill. I think that in terms of size, it has been reduced. It won't even clear the tree line in terms of views from Castle Lane. I think that the only real problems with it are ones that we cannot deal with here, and therefore, as such, I think that I will make a move now to go with the officer's recommendation, as I just believe that that the strong reasons that could be there for refusal just are not planning matters, and therefore on its merits, this should be granted. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I will just come to a couple of other speakers who have indicated before I find a seconder for your move, Councillor. Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually in the move.
More than happy for you to do so, Councillor Bartlett. Thank you for that. Is there anything you would like to say on the application, Councillor Bartlett?
No, I can see no material reasons, planning reasons for refusal, and I accept the advice given by the legal officer. So I see there are no grounds for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. I appreciate that. I too will support this move. I think we have to take into consideration everything that's going on in the world at this moment in time. We could wait for a very long time before a full-blown office development came on that site. As we all know, with people working from home now, office space is not so regularly sought after. I think the design has been vastly improved. It looks much, much better now than it did before. As an orange block, I think we would have just laughed at it again and thrown it out. But I think the designers have done a very good job on this. And I'm very grateful for Mr. Coulter for explaining the access problems and where we are as regards to a planning board on those. So I will support the move to grant this application. Do I have any other speakers that wish to speak against, please? I have no indications as such, so I will go to the vote on this. I will call members' names in turn. If you could answer either for or against, please. Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't hear you.
Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, for.
Councillor Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Decent.
For.
Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall.
For.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
For.
And myself, Councillor Kelsey, I also am for. And if my maths don't fail me today, then that makes that a unanimous decision. And therefore, I will say that that application is granted. Thank you, Mr. Burridge, for your presentation. Moving on then, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the second application, which is 6B, and that is 51 to 55 Commercial Road in Poole. And this application is being dealt with by James Gilfillan, and I would ask him to share his screen, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gillen.
Gilfillan.
Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, it's okay. There's been many an interesting pronunciation over the years. Are you seeing my screen?
We are indeed. Thank you.
Okay, great. So 51 to 55 Commercial Road in Poole. There we have the site outlined in red on the map. You can see this is Commercial Road, the A35 that ultimately links Poole and Bournemouth town centres. Aerial photo, you can get a flavour for the buildings, the trees, the area in question. For those of you familiar, you'll know the Civic Centre Poole offices are just off the left-hand side of the map, and Ashley Cross Local Centre commercial area with its attractive public park is just off the right-hand side of the screen, the plan rather. Turning to some photos of the site. The site is occupied by a car tyre repair exhaust site and a retail premises. Probably a house when originally built, but converted to retail many years ago. You get a flavour there for the road and a pedestrian crossing directly in front of the site. Access onto the site from Commercial Road, residential properties beside it. The bottom two photos, different angles. There you can see the green light of the pedestrian crossing quite clearly, the flat roof nature of the car repair site extending with the strong white band there on the rear section, residential property in the foreground and cars associated with the commercial premises dotted around the edge of the building there. Further photo, you see some of the trees in the background that run on. If I flick back to these plans, you can see how there's this long sort of finger of the site that extends to the north, heavily covered by the trees. You can see in the background of the photo here. The site falls within the Ashley Cross Conservation Area, highlighted by the red star on this plan. Blue building here being a listed building, and then yellow buildings being locally listed buildings, so non-designated heritage assets. The larger yellow here is the church, and then this is, for those of you who maybe know, where legal services in Poole used to be work, but is now converted to residential properties. You can see the road heading up towards Ashley Cross, and the park that would be just beyond the edge of that plan that I referred to. Within the conservation area appraisal, buildings in the area have been identified that make positive contributions. You see in green, so that locally listed church building, obviously then being a green positive feature. Neutral features, the orange ones, and then tradable features, our application site. So you could see from the photos that it's clearly, commercial character, and has been identified by conservation officers preparing the appraisal of the aspects of the conservation area, that would be a tradable feature. Give you a slightly better view of the extent of the site and the buildings on site at the moment. The large flat roof area being the commercial garage site, extending pretty much the full extent of the site. Its large apron of car parking and hard surfacing wrapping around Chapel Road turning head. Pedestrian access is possible through here, but the road is blocked for vehicle access, although you hopefully either can tell or know that vehicles turning into the site, there is nothing prohibiting them crossing the site and then continuing a journey on Chapel Road. I'm not aware of how that is managed or prevented, especially out of hours. There's no barriers, bollards of any sort. There is a sign indicating that it's private and not public highway, but ultimately when it comes to enforcement, I have no idea whether they actually actively do anything about vehicles who may choose to run through there. So turning to the scheme itself, 14 flats over 3 floors, 8 parking spaces, access from Chapel Road. There you can see that turning head. And the thick black line on this drawing is the outline of the existing building that you can see more clearly in the aerial photo. So you can get a flavour for how much the existing building covers the site and how much less the proposed building will cover the site, leaving space around it for setting, parking and space separation to neighbouring properties. So thinking about the conservation area and the contribution that the existing building makes and the contribution the proposed building will make, clearly we know that the existing building is a tradable feature and therefore its loss would not be resisted and certainly would not harm in any way the conservation area. And even a cleared site may be considered to be equally neutral for the attributes and significance of the conservation area. But the top image there with the blue dotted line showing you the proposed front elevation onto Commercial Road, the A35 road. So you can see how they've designed the building to reflect the prevailing pattern character of the conservation area. You can see on the side of the drawing and the photo old school buildings that are now converted to residential properties at what is known as Buckholme Close, fronting onto Commercial Road as well. Ultimately, the design speaks for itself in terms of its articulation, design details, roof form, projecting bays, very much akin to style of architecture throughout Ashley Cross and the conservation area especially. Significantly more attractive than the building that it's replacing, and engaging positively with the street scene. Detailed front door into the building almost at pavement level and onto the frontage rather than all access at the rear. The other elevations, you can see the larger portion of the building here relates to this element that is projecting at the rear. So whilst that's the elevation you would see approaching from the civic direction, the larger element is very much towards the rear of the site in that taken in that viewpoint, with this being the more prominent feature here on that open aspect across the front of the neighbouring site. Windows, chimney, details on the eaves and the ridgeline would positively enhance character and appearance of the conservation area. Rear elevation a lot simpler than the front, but quite reasonably so. It's been concluded that the scheme would enhance the conservation area. So being mindful of the significance that should be applied to that in the balancing and the decision making, there's clearly a requirement to have special regard to the desirability of preserving and enhancing conservation areas, and it is considered by officers, including conservation officers, that this scheme would achieve that aim and would actually enhance the significance of the conservation area. To give you a bit of real life, a CGI image of the building, You can see the articulation, the shape, the design details that I've been referring to, the front door and the access out onto Commercial Road, and how neatly it would sit within the street scene and the context. The scheme, as I said, proposes 14 flats, so 4 on the ground floor, taking into account provision of cycle storage and bin storage within the building, so no need for extra outbuildings and probably better security for cycle storage. 8 parking spaces across the site, 5 of which would have electric vehicle charging points associated with them. 5 flats on the upper floors, both floors, all of which would be 1 bedroom and all of which are above the minimum standards for floor area. All of which would have good outlook, reasonable, sufficient daylight outlook to achieve reasonable amenity, necessary amenity, and of course are close to Pool Park and Ashley Cross for other recreation amenity needs. So just turning to highways, access and parking. The site currently benefits from an access into the garage element directly off the A35 Commercial Road. We know that there's the pedestrian crossing, light controlled crossing immediately in front of the site, and there is also parking available here to the side of the existing retail unit with no on-site parking, requiring vehicles to either reverse on or off the road to access that space. Those 2 main road access points would be blocked up, closed, stopped from being used into the future, and that secures significant highway benefits for all users of the pavement and the road along Commercial Road. Highlighted there by the 2 big red arrows on the plan, you can see how the building would preclude their reuse in any event, and would ultimately, the cessation of commercial activities would remove this sort of scenario you can see in the photo that arises from the business use on site at present. The scheme proposes 8 parking spaces and, as I said, 5 electric vehicle charging points. The current pool plan SPD at 3 room units requires 11.2 spaces. So therefore there's between 3 and 4 space shortfall. You heard Simon Gould talking about the emerging parking SPD. As and when that gets adopted in its current format, the scheme would require 0 parking spaces. Ultimately, it's for you to decide as decision maker how much weight you apply to that emerging document. But that's the status, the situation with regard to the scheme under the current regime and the potential regime coming forward in 2021. Now, the highways officer has raised concerns regarding that shortfall of parking and the 4 spaces that it hasn't provided, giving rise to congestion and parking stresses in the area around the site. I feel, my recommendation to you, I feel that the benefits of closing off those 2 accesses and the reduced activity associated with the commercial unit is sufficient to outweigh that shortfall of 4 parking spaces, irrespective of whether you apply the new SPD standards as having sufficient weight at this point in your mind as decision makers. Ultimately, we have this building being proposed in a conservation area. The NPPF requires us to have significant regard to that and apply great weight to the preservation of heritage assets. And ultimately, as I alluded to, as I referred to, I believe this would enhance that heritage asset. So by applying that great weight, as well as the benefits for highway safety, the shortfall of 4 spaces is materially significantly outweighed, and therefore the application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions as set out in the report. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gilfillan. Mr. Tyler, could you give any deputations?
Certainly, thank you, Chairman. So for this item, we have received 2 short statements in objection and 2 statements in support. The first statement of objection is from a Mr. Johnny Rodriguez, who is a resident of Buckholm Close, and his statement is as follows. I would like to formally oppose this planning application for a number of reasons listed below. Number 1, 14 flats with only 8 associated car parking spaces will cause significant extra traffic and congestion on nearby roads, Church Road and Chapel Road. Worst case scenario, 2 people dwelling could mean 28 cars, which would not only congest roads but also impact safety of local children considerably. The environmental impact is also significant, potentially increasing the traffic locally. Number 2, 3-storey building height is not in keeping with the rest of the buildings in close proximity, for example, Commercial Road, Chapel Road and Buckholm Close. The case study included within the application refers to buildings in the centre of Ashley Cross amongst commercial development and not next to residential housing. The height proposed is unacceptable as it not only sets precedent for other high-rise flats, not in keeping with surrounding area, it gives real concern of intrusion and overlooking of nearby residents in standard 2-storey houses. With regards to my property, I will be losing all privacy in my living areas of my house directly facing the new proposed development, and my garden will have zero privacy, giving sense of being unsafe for my family with 3 children. I also have grave concern of natural sunlight not entering my living, dining and kitchen areas, significantly reducing the quality of life for my family of 3 young children. We are supportive of new attractive developments in keeping with buildings in close proximity, but it is of my strong view the development proposed should be scaled back with height reduced. That is the end of the first statement of objection. The second statement of objection was received from a Ms. R. Short, who is a resident of Dane Court Road. Dear Planning Committee, I wish to provide a statement of objection to this application. Whilst I understand that new homes and flats are needed in the area, it is a shame we have to lose a service centre which has been used by myself and my family for many years. I know the bridal shop has been closed for a while now, but it is a shame to lose these premises. That's the end of the second statement of objection. In terms of the statements of support, the first one comes from the applicant, Amirez Developments, and it reads as follows. Dear members, the scheme you see in front of you today is the result of interaction and collaboration between the design team and the local authorities' internal consultees. Importantly, it has also been derived from feedback from both direct inquiries and local estate agents in terms of accommodation requests from young first-time buyers keen to get on the property ladder, those who look for help to buy registered, 1-bedroom, high quality, affordable and well proportioned, all meeting national space standards, with good transport links, walkable distance to vibrant shopping areas, eatery zones and open parks. The design, style and build aspects of the new development are fully accepted by the council officers, but we do understand that residents are concerned about parking. We feel that it is important to reassure both the residents and committee members that first-time buyers of 1-bedroom accommodation do not typically own multiple vehicles, or in many cases a vehicle at all. Many objections have repeatedly stated that this development will create the need for 28 cars to be parked in the locality. We know firsthand from our other developments that a significant number of occupiers of 1 and indeed 2-bedroom properties are often key workers or service industry workers who work in close proximity to their homes and who choose highly sustainable transport corridors for this very reason. These are absolutely not families with 2 children who need cars, or indeed people that own 2 cars per household. In fact, these buyers are the very people whom new government and council sustainable transport initiatives are aimed at. The government has already released £250 million as part of a larger £2 billion fund to boost greener travel. Locally, we have seen central government given hundreds of thousands of pounds to promote these very schemes. If we do not therefore promote a life for occupants of new homes that does not rely on cars and parking spaces in one of the best transport corridors in the borough, then one must ask if our planning policy is actually aligned to the aims of our sustainable future. Indeed, to aid these fantastic initiatives, we have added both electric vehicle charging points and offered a car club space. We are seeking to replace an ugly, old, tired industrial building, along with an outdated empty shop that do nothing to contribute to the fantastic conservation area and architecture of the locality. We sincerely hope that you will support our application and help both provide Ashley Cross with a high quality, well-designed building that respects its locality, but also as a home for the people that will be able to call Ashley Cross their home for years to come. That is the end of the statement of support from the applicant. And the second statement of support comes from Pure Town Planning, who are the agents on behalf of the applicant. The statement is as follows. I wish to outline why I feel planning should be granted in line with the officer's recommendation. Firstly, character and appearance of the area. The existing buildings on site are of little architectural merit and are identified as a tradable feature of the conservation area, which means their demolition would preserve the significance of the conservation area. The layout, scale, massing, use of materials, and high-quality architectural design is praised by your Planning and Urban Design Conservation Officer, stating in the report, its design and articulation would include a strong and attractive frontage to the road, delivering a style of architecture and incorporating design features such as bay windows, barge boards, eaves detailing, chimneys, and roof pitches that would positively contribute to the character and appearance of the conservation area. Second, highways and parking. The Transportation Officer has recognised the significant highway benefits of the closure of the two accesses off Commercial Road. Whilst under the current SPD, there is a shortfall of 3.2 spaces. This would not be the case under the new SPD if adopted. Also, all the flats are one-bedroom units where the likelihood of car ownership is significantly reduced, particularly in such a sustainable location close to local shops, services and open spaces, and having a very good cycle, bus and train network in close proximity. Car club vehicles are already available nearby at the Civic Centre. Thirdly, residential amenity. The proposed building is a sufficient distance from all surrounding residential properties such that along with fenestration arrangements, the scheme would not introduce any significant loss of privacy to surrounding residents. It is considered that the proposal represents a strong benefit to surrounding amenity by the removal of a potentially noisy commercial tyre fitting operation, open 6 days a week. All of the flats are fully compliant with the national minimum space standards and provide an acceptable standard of accommodation in terms of the size, internal layouts, outlooks and levels of daylight. In summary, the proposal will deliver 14 new starter dwellings in a highly sustainable transport corridor. Your officer, when weighing up the planning balance, considers that any concern regarding shortfall of parking would be outweighed by the benefits for highway safety from the closure of the existing accesses, especially given the one-bedroom size of the flats, the amenity improvements from the removal of the potentially noisy commercial activity, and replacing a negative tradable feature in the conservation area with a new building of superior architectural design, enhancing the character and appearance of the conservation area, whilst not materially harming the amenities of any neighbouring properties. I hope you agree with your planning officer and his team leader's recommendation to grant planning permission. That is the end of the second statement in support and finishes off the statements received for this item, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Mr. Gufillan, would you like to comment on anything that has been said in the deputations?
There was only one point that I forgot to raise, which was regarding the location of the site in the sustainable transport corridor, but I think it's been adequately covered now regarding proximity to services, facilities, public transport, and of course the train station, which follows from adopted policy PPO2 and the sustainable transport corridors.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, I will come over to you. Councillor Stribley, you have called this one into the planning board. Would you like to kick off the debate on this one?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to give way to if he wishes to speak on it and then come in later.
Thank you. Councillor Barron?
Yeah, more than happy to do that. It's it's in my ward. I know the premises well because I remember as a child buying sweets from there many years ago, and I actually remember when it was a bridal shop having a panic attack walking past with the next girlfriend, but that's another story. But I like this application. I really do. I think they've done really well with the design. Yeah, you know, unless something horrible crops up in the discussion, I'm fairly sure I'll be supporting this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barron. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm largely in agreement with Councillor Barron, but there are one or two queries I wish to raise. Looking at that picture in front of us, you can see the shadow thrown across the road from probably the church building or one of those adjacent, which is not particularly high. It wouldn't be any higher than what is proposed here, and the ground drops away slightly anyway. But there is no shadow shown from the imposition of the new building, and I am rather concerned that at that height it would be throwing a similar shadow across the road, right across into the rear gardens of numbers 1 and 3 Chapel Road, which are turn of the century, very modest cottages. They were built as 2 up, 2 down buildings. I too know the site extremely well. 50 odd years ago, my children were going to school at Buckham Tower School, which was almost directly opposite. And as Steve says, the bridal shop, which didn't have the extension on it at that side, filling the gap between the 2 buildings, was a sweet shop. And a friend of mine lived at number 3 Chapel Road, so we used to visit often there. And so I probably know it better than anybody locally could. I too like the proposal. I would like to see clearer the rear elevation to be assured that the first and second floor windows are not living room windows which look directly out into the rear gardens of those little cottages. So I don't know if we could go to that rear elevation picture. There's the top one.
Shall I join in?
First and second floor, yes, please.
So ground floor, we have the bin store and the bike store, as I was explaining during the presentation. Right. Then on the first floor, you've got a living room here and a bedroom there, and that's then repeated on the floor above. The intention is, and is marked on the plans, that the rear half of those 2 windows and those 2 windows there, which are the ones in the gable, which are those 2 there and those 2 there, the rear half of them would be obscure glazed to limit the downward view.
You mean the lower half?
Yes, sorry, yes I do, don't I? Yeah, very much the lower half of those windows would be obscure glazed to limit the downward views, but allow the view, the longer distance views, to preserve the amenity of the neighbour and the outlook and amenity of the occupier of those rooms, those flats.
Thank you, James, for clarifying that. I agree the flats need plenty of light. It makes all the difference to a home. Once out of our windows, and we might look briefly over the neighbours. One can always climb a ladder if you really want to look over the neighbour's fence, but it's not something most people do on a long term. When you're in your home, you are doing other things, you are reading, watching television, making things, whatever. Very few people sit for hours gazing out of the windows, and I'm sure with 1 and 2 bedroom flats, that would certainly not be the case. But if the first and second floor lower half of the windows are obscure glazed, sorry, missing the word, then I don't have a problem with that. If we could go back to the picture of the building, please, briefly. look, they've put a wonderful chimney on, although I'm sure there aren't going to be any fires there. But how do you have a chimney of that size over 2 windows? It simply can't. Either it is stood up there and could be a potentially dangerous heavy object that could fall through the roof, or it can't be there. I cannot possibly see how you can have windows under a chimney. You've normally got your chimney breast and whatever going up behind it to support the chimney. So whilst it might be there as an aesthetic, is it actually there as a necessity, please?
Well, you've spotted the obvious, I suppose, faux pas, you could say, in the design in that respect, but clearly these aren't going to be chimneys in the manner that, you know, a historic building would have a fireplace below it. And obviously a fireplace regularly doglegs its way up a wall, doesn't it? But ultimately, I suspect these are blanks, for want of a better phrase, and are probably significantly lighter weight structure that is deliverable in the manner that it's shown.
Well, if they are brick, they will weigh as much as any other brick chimney stuck up on a roof, and we know how often they can be blown off or subside through the building. Most chimneys are supported by the fact that they go right down to ground floor and foundation level at some point. So I am a little bit concerned on that one. And again, when construction happens, Commercial Road is very rarely as quiet as you see it there. Frequently the traffic is solid from the Civic Centre right through to Ashley Cross and up through Commercial Road to Bournemouth Road. And that happens for several hours of the day, not just for a few minutes. And the access to the site via Chapel Road and Church Road are exceedingly narrow. If one vehicle parks in Church Road, and because those little cottages obviously historically never had any parking spaces, they've only got about a 2-yard front garden, vehicles do park in Church Road. And on the opposite side of Church Road, a row of cottages, the front doors open directly onto the road. There's no footpath either. There's room for one vehicle to park and probably a van size, but I doubt you get anything much bigger through to pass it as well. So I'm a bit worried how construction vehicles are going to access the months, obviously, without causing absolute mayhem or road obstruction. So while it's not a planning issue, it is an issue of concern, certainly for the local residents. But beyond that, I think it does improve the street scene. Whilst I never like a reduction in car parking spaces, I can see that with 1-bedroom flats, probably at least half, if not the majority of owners might not be car owners, and it is fortunately on one of the busiest bus routes through the area, and it is only a reasonable walk to Parkstone station as well. So I can't see any planning reasons for refusing it, but I am worried about that chimney. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yeah, it's an interesting one, this. I mean, I do believe it's an attractive design that is most suited to its location. I think it's been carefully thought through, unlike some designs that are very attractive and unsuited to their location. It is 3 stories, but that's not uncommon in Commercial Road, which is a mix of businesses and several 3-story buildings comprised of shops or offices at the ground floor with apartments above. Much has been said about parking earlier, and the new SPD will change things. And this building in particular in the future wouldn't require parking, which is perhaps an issue for another day and perhaps buyer beware. However, the location itself is suited to its objective. It's an easy walk from there into Ashley Cross. It is an easy walk to the local station. It's not a difficult walk into the town centre, and it is on the A35 and a major bus route. So I feel very inclined to support this particular application and would propose, if there are no other speakers, that we move to a vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I do have a list of other speakers, so I will go through those before we move on to anything, but I thank you for your proposal. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just going to echo what Councillor O'Neill said, and I will second his move. I think it's a wonderful development. I think it looks like it will look fantastic on the street scene. I think it's set far enough away from the other properties behind it to overrule any concerns I would have about overlooking. I think that well, the parking thing, that hasn't actually been much too much talk about that. So I think that's I think that when you have lots of one-bedroom flats like this, you will have people like me who do not have cars, do not drive, looking for a location where they can move about quite freely with the public transport, etc. So I don't think there's an issue there. I look forward to hopefully this being built and improving the local area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points of clarification. So the officer said that I think it was the rear windows are half obscured, but I'm just concerned about the neighbour at Buckham Road or Close, whatever. And on the first floor, the window on the east side, whilst the first one says lower pane obscured, the rear one doesn't. And then also, if the officer could comment on the loss of light on obviously their garden and possibly key windows. Thank you.
Mr. Gilfillan?
Yeah, so the same applies to the living room space window that I'm highlighting at the moment, in terms of that lower half being obscure glazed because of windows and a door in this element of the building. Bear with me. There you can see in the photo in the side elevation of that house, whereas this window into this flat, there is this tree largely obscuring some of the views, filtering some of the views, and there is not a window in this part of that neighbouring building that there would be a relationship across the boundary for there to be an impact. And then in terms of the garden, well, the garden is largely to the front, and rather than the rear. Let me. I don't think I've got anything better to show you. Here we go. So the garden, well, wraps around. Access and parking to those properties is at the rear. This is the Buckham Close properties, and ultimately the semi-detached neighbour that it's a partner to would have equal impact already onto that rear garden area in terms of privacy and overlooking. And then in terms of overshadowing, well, the existing building is closer and deeper into the site, albeit it does drop to single story, but you can see the relationship of the larger part of the proposed building and that garden area here in terms of the tracking of the sun. Yeah, there would be some impact, but not materially harmful.
Okay.
Councillor Hilliard?
Yeah, so just on the point, we heard that possibly fake chimneys can fall down. This tree, which is currently blocking the view, can also potentially fall down. So would it be simple to add the condition that rear window on the second floor can be also half obscured? Is it difficult?
I mean, firstly, the tree's in the neighbouring property.
All right.
So the person who would suffer would be the one having to remove it, albeit, of course, there's a degree of being able to prune across a boundary. The tree is protected by virtue of being in the conservation area, so they would need consent to remove it or do any works to it. And then in respect of adding the condition or extending the condition to capture this window, well, yes, we could easily do that. It's just a question of whether it's necessary to do so for the reasons I've explained.
Okay.
Which is what I felt not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Councillor Borthwick.
Yes, thank you. First thing that I'd like to ask, I would support that the removal of that chimney. I cannot see any benefit in that at all in the future, so I don't see it makes any difference to the.
Councillor Borthwick, could you put your camera on, please?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Right. Yeah. Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't think that chimney's got any use at all, and it is a future danger as far as I'm concerned. Could you tell me what the in the three flats at the top of the building is the ceiling height? Is there any kind of angles where the height of the ceiling comes in, or is it all flat across the ceiling? Can you see what I mean?
Yeah, Mr. Gilfillan.
Yeah, the dotted line around the edge, that's probably a 2 metre line showing 2 metre head height. So there's a small portion of the edge of the room that would have a slightly reduced headroom. You can see a little bit in that room, a little bit in that room. So very small areas of the scheme of those rooms would have a slightly reduced headroom.
Yeah, you would agree with me, and this is quite an easy development, isn't it? You've got hardly any substantial clearance. It's quite an easy plot to work on, isn't it? Yes.
Well, I mean, there's the existing building to remove.
And that's easy money, isn't it? At this type of stuff.
Councillor Borthwick, could you keep this to planning grounds, please, not financial items. Thank you.
I'll come into that. You're too enthusiastic. Sorry. Okay. Could you answer my question, please? That's all right. I'm saying that what I'm actually saying to you, development, would you not do one affordable home? Because that's what we really need is affordable homes. Out of a large 14 flats, I'm sure you could consider one affordable home.
Mr. Gilfillan.
The scheme has followed due process for being assessed for its viability to deliver affordable housing, and the existing use value precludes such a contribution as being unviable, I'm afraid. So it has been assessed for that, and the council's independent advisors have concluded that it couldn't afford such a contribution and remain deliverable and viable.
Okay.
I don't disagree, but that's the policy framework and the assessment that's been undertaken.
Right, we won't fall over it.
Thank you. Edwin, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This design's got a lot going for it. I mean, what is there now is, frankly, a bit of an eyesore. Commercially, it may be very useful to people around, but visually, far from it. The design of the building is great. I can't fault it. I quite like chimneys, even if they're not usable ones, but that's a detail. But my concern is actually vehicles. One is the parking, and I take the point, it's very highly sustainable location. There's no need for cars. A lot of the people who move in here won't have cars, but you never know. And I wonder if the time is coming for developers to take the plunge and market their properties as car-free to attract the very sort of people who would not want cars and possibly even on principle would not want cars. There is a ready market for that. When I came to see the site and actually parked in Chapel Road, the aerial photo shows the road very clearly, but what it doesn't show, wait till we get there, that's the one. You can see two cars presumably parked. In fact, that whole strip from the site right back to the junction is parking. I was able to park in the space nearest to the development, totally within the allocated parking space, quite legally. I wasn't overrunning the lines at all. And even in the short time I was there, a couple of vehicles, 4x4s, vans, not huge delivery vehicles or anything like that, had to drive very carefully to get past the vehicles that were parked. Now, I take Councillor Stribley's point about construction, but it's much wider than that, because if people are living here who do not have cars, or even if they do, increasingly people are going for deliveries of groceries, of anything from Amazon or whoever. And if the only access is down that side road, as it will be, there's going to be a lot of vehicle movements, probably more than now, because most of the vehicles using the commercial premises at the moment are coming in off Commercial Road, whereas everything will be coming down Church Road, Chapel Road. So that is a big concern of mine. But as I say, design-wise, fine, and I think that probably will override my concerns. But nevertheless, I do have those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pedevin. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chair. Sort of follow on from Councillor Stribley's concerns about the shadowing. If we get back to the CGI, please. Yeah, so as you can see, there's no leaves on the trees there, so that would sort of indicate that photo, I appreciate it's a CGI, but it was originally a photo. That's worst case scenario. That's when the sun is in its lowest point in the winter. I think that the proposed is a fair distance away from other properties, so the shadow, where the parking will be in shadow, in shade. Sorry, I really don't think it's going to make a huge difference. Regarding the chimney, just like clarification that it isn't going to be a glass fibre one or anything horrible like that, and it will actually be brick. And also the tree on the boundary, or near the boundary, I presume that hasn't got a TPO because it's very, very close to its own, to the property that own that tree. And incidentally, I don't think that the property next door is a conversion. I think that's actually a new build, but probably 20 years or so ago. And yeah, I will still be supporting this. I haven't heard anything that's really going to horrify me, apart from perhaps a glass fibre chimney. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. And finally, Councillor Stribley.
Sorry, Chairman. Thank you for that. Yeah, well, I am concerned about the chimney, but I agree with Steve. We wouldn't want a glass fibre one there. I'd rather see none there if there is any potential danger or structural weakness in putting one up. But Marion picked up on my point about the narrowness of Chapel Road. If we could go back to that picture of Chapel Road. That's it. The row of cottages on the left actually have their front doors open onto the street, and they have about a 9-inch wide doorstep. In fact, the line up the edge of the road is right against their building. And the cottages on the right hand side, which I think runs from number 1 to 7 or 1 till 9, their front gardens are at least 1 metre deep. They're virtually on the road themselves, and you can see with the few cars parked there is barely room to get a car through. But I would not like to see waiting limits put on this road. It doesn't go anywhere. It is a little cul-de-sac. It has learnt to live with itself, including the traffic, the steady flow of traffic to the tyre place. over many years, and they have managed to live happily together. So apart from potential problems during construction, I'm sure those matters can be resolved. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. So I do have a move on this one. I move by Councillor Neil, seconded. I will support their move to grant this. I think it's a very nice looking development. I think the architects have done a good job with some nice features on it. With regards to the concerns about the chimney, I'm sure that will be dealt with under building regulations, and they will ensure that it's not going to topple onto poor some unsuspecting person cleaning their windows. But I do understand your concerns, councillors, that have mentioned that. So I will move to the vote on this, and I will call names again in order. If you could please say for or against. Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett, I believe you have now left this meeting. Councillor Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Simon Bull.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
For.
Councillor Norman Decent.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall.
For.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
For.
And myself, Councillor Kelsey, I am also for. And if my maths is correct, that is unanimous apart from Councillor Bartlett, who did not vote. Is that correct, Mr. Tyler?
That is correct, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That application is therefore granted, and I would thank everyone for taking part, and thank you, Mr. Gilfillan, for the presentation. We will now move on to the next agenda item this afternoon, which is agenda item 6C, which is Walpole Road, open spaces, more commonly known as Churchill Gardens in the Boscombe area of Bournemouth. And I would ask Mr. Burrows to please share his screen and present the application, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you see that, Chairman, okay?
We can indeed, Mr. Burrows, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So this application relates to Churchill Gardens in Boscombe and seeks permission for a new cafe stroke community building to replace the existing facility together with associated landscape works. The gardens are 1.4 hectares and near square in shape. The gardens are bordered by Walpole Road, Churchill Road and Borthwick Road. The gardens are located north of the main Boscombe shopping centre and south of the railway line, and sort of shown centrally on this aerial image. The gardens are designated as a conservation area, the boundaries of which extend to include the terraced housing overlooking the gardens on all four sides. And these pictures just give you an example, a flavour really, of the housing that overlooks the gardens. The gardens are also designated as open space. This is the existing site layout, and the gardens are characterised in part by their openness. Perimeter trees align the boundaries, and there is a diagonal path which runs across the gardens with the existing playground and ball court to the north side. The existing Joy Cafe, which is shown in red on this plan, is located in the northeast corner. And these slides just give you a sort of a flavour really as to the appearance of the gardens, with the diagonal path going through, and on the top left image the enclosed playground to the left. Just a couple more images. The existing Joy Cafe is accessed via the fenced playground. Joy are a church group who lease the building. Coastline Vineyards lease for the existing Coastline Vineyards leases for the existing building, but BCP Council are in discussions with Joy to explore them being a substantive user of the new facility. The proposal sees the new building located towards the centre of the gardens. This would have an impact on the openness of the gardens, and there have been calls to keep the building in the same location as the existing. Further to other changes made to the proposal, and having regard to the benefits of the schemes outlined by the applicant and acknowledged by officers, officers are, however, of the opinion that any associated harm which would be outweighed by the numerous benefits of the proposal. The proposal also sees the central path widened and realigned, and lighting is proposed. A new path will be provided from the southwest corner, which is already a desire line. New areas of planting are proposed, and a fitness apparatus would be provided. A number of elements have been removed from the scheme as part of the amended plans, further to concerns raised about openness and the clutter that the plans as originally submitted showed. And these other features, for example, included a dog exercise area which was fenced, an additional path which ran to the north east corner, and associated fencing. This slide shows the proposed building. Further to design changes, it would no longer have a back as such, as proposed by the original plan, and would address both the playground to one side and the footpath and the gardens to the other side, so would in effect be dual fronted. This slide shows the proposed floor plan comprising the cafe on the right hand side and the smaller meeting room on the left hand side. The new building would be available for a variety of groups to use the space for community benefit. The building must contribute towards the aims of the funding programme, notably to support people who are unemployed to enjoy a healthy diet and gain employment. And here we have some indicative images of what the building would look like. So you can see that on the right hand side of the path. There in the centre on the left hand side of the path. There. So this building is put forward, this application is put forward, Chairman, for recommendation for approval subject to the conditions that are outlined in the officer report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burridge. Mr. Tyler, do we have any deputations?
Yes, we do, Chairman. Thank you. We've received one statement in objection, 2 statements in support, and I understand that Ward Councillor Jane Kelly is here with us to speak on this item. So starting with the statement in objection, which was received from a Gay Alderney and Dennis Sidley, both residents of Walpole Road. Their statement is as follows. We strongly disagree with this proposal. A building with landscaping in the middle of this small park in this densely populated square where space is at a premium would reduce the benefits and have a detrimental impact of the amenity value of the green open space. The park is well used by dog walkers, young children and older children for football, frisbee and so on, where a large, freely accessible open space allows for such expansive exercise. An open space here is more beneficial than a building in the middle would be. The proposed modern building is not in keeping with the conservation area turn of the century Edwardian Victorian square. By retaining the existing location for the community cafe, the openness of the park and its architectural ambience is not compromised. Please leave our lovely park as it is. A lot of effort was put into making the existing Joy Cafe such a pleasant place to be. That is the end of the statement of objection. The first statement in support has come in from Martha Searle, who is the Aspire project manager, writing on behalf of this application. So her statement is as follows. This application presents a tremendous opportunity to enhance the community park in an area with few private gardens and overcrowded housing provision. The current building obscures the open setting of this space from one of the most important access points. The basic and ugly rear elevation, signage, clutter and bins being the first welcome to any after-school visitor coming from St Clements. We suggest this does not meet the Green Flag Award standard, which is our national standard, around being a welcoming space. A welcoming place is one that invites and draws people into it. This means creating a space which, through its visual appearance, range of facilities, standards of maintenance and ease of access, makes people feel that they are in a cared for place. As you can see in the accompanying mock-up pictures, the new position of the building opens up the aspect from the Walpole Road, Churchill Road corner, returning this open view of the park for the first time in a century. The new position gives space and better privacy to the nearby residents, while still ensuring natural surveillance. The cafe terraces are accessible both to the users of the playground and to those without children, increasing its use by all sections of the community and strengthening its viability. In its new position, the terraces enjoy the warmth of the sun with the option of natural shade from the existing trees. No more shivering in a dark corner of the park, close to the fumes and noise of the road. The building is central to the garden's first ever master plan, providing a higher landscape and social value than is being delivered at present in the conservation area. The project allows further funds to be attracted to the area, enabling a full refurbishment of the heavily used playground to better suit the needs of the many local families who don't have access to private gardens. The building will house a community cafe and learning space, helping residents reduce isolation, enjoy affordable nutritious meals, and develop employability skills and well-being. The building design is sympathetic to the conservation status of the area, drawing on local features for inspiration, and our amended design has been developed with extensive input from local residents and community groups. The materials have been carefully chosen to provide a facility that is durable, highly insulated, and of proven quality. We implore you to approve this application, enabling much needed investment, good quality community and play space to come to this often neglected area of our towns. That is the end of the statement in support from the Aspire project manager. The second statement in support has been received from a local resident, a Mr. Philip Stanley, and his statement is as follows. As a local and someone who works long hours at Bournemouth Hospital, Churchill Gardens green space brings a sense of well-being in challenging times. In the planning application before you today, the new build would be more accessible than the present, is a modest size, and will have a community cafe, toilets, learning and cooking facilities. An enhancement of facilities is needed. I urge the planning committee to support the application. Yours sincerely. That is the end of the second statement in support. Chairman, I will pass back to you now to invite the ward councillor to speak on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Councillor Jane Kelly, I believe you are with us this afternoon and would like to speak on this application.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I am here and delighted to be able to speak in support. Actually, before I start, I wonder if I could thank Mr. Burridge for his excellent work and extensive descriptions of this application in the papers. I think he's really done it justice. So thank you very much. It's been quite a protracted journey, but we're here today, so that's good news. So as you all know, Churchill Gardens is a conservation area. That's an area designated for its special architectural or historic interest. It was given this status in 1993 in recognition of the unified Victorian and Edwardian character and formal layout around the green space. This green space has been a place for local residents to meet and relax for many years. Some years ago, the hut in the corner was used by the youth service. More recently, a community cafe has worked wonders in bringing the local community together for various activities and providing delicious refreshments, changing many lives for the better in the process. The cafe hut is now at the end of its life, but life goes on around Churchill Gardens, so the activities and the social inclusion work must also go on. The funding that's been achieved from Interreg is an opportunity that cannot be missed. It is incredibly important to many residents who have very challenging circumstances that this plan can be realised, reducing the isolation and loneliness and increasing skill levels so raising feelings of self-esteem. Much consultation with the local community has taken place over more than 12 months on this scheme. Many people have given their ideas and opinions. The plan has been tweaked to accommodate planning requirements and residents' needs. This building is an amazing opportunity for the cafe offer in Churchill Gardens to be so much more than that, and so build on the success achieved over the last few years. There will be educational opportunities around growing, cooking and selling food. There'll be physical activity classes to help people to manage their health in a better way. All these facilities will help to build the self-esteem and health and well-being of those who will use it. We know that these things are needed in Boscombe. This is our opportunity to provide them in a way that will make this park live and breathe. The building being in the centre of the area will give accessibility from both sides to accommodate those parents with children playing in the play area, and also those without children who have found it difficult to use the existing cafe because it's completely within the play area at the moment. This position will also give a feeling of welcome and safety to those people crossing the park, nestling as it does amongst the existing mature trees. For all the above reasons, and for the ongoing health and well-being of the residents and local small businesses and social enterprise groups which will operate from the new cafe, I hope and trust that you will find that there are no material planning reasons to refuse the application, and you will be able to grant, please, members of the panel. This project can then go ahead early in 2021 and bring some joy to many people who have found 2020 to be a long and challenging journey. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Thank you for your kind words to Mr Burridge as well. I'm sure he would appreciate your thanks on this application. So, members, over to you, and I will first come to Councillor Hilliard, please.
Councillor O'Neill was well before me, and Councillor Bull, if that's
Sorry,
right.
I've not got them on my list at this moment. I'll come to you first, Councillor Hilliard, then I'll come back to...
Okay, well, I was going to recommend proposed as set out. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, I thought the ward councillor gave a very good summary, to which I will add a couple of other points. At the moment, the existing building, the Joy Cafe, sits quietly in the corner of the park. However, it does sit across from a number of homes, some of which, or a few of which, have an obstructive view into the park, and that will change with its relocation to the centre. Equally, the existing facility is in the corner, and actually so much so that it's very close to two of the roads that surround the park. If it's moved to the centre, the mothers will be able to enjoy a safer coffee with their children at play outside. And I do not agree to the earlier observation that its location will inhibit exercise at all. The proposal provides a real benefit to the community in that area, a well-used, I am sure, community hub and meeting place. And therefore, I do not see any reason whatsoever why we should not approve the proposal, and indeed would be quite prepared to second that earlier observation or announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Simon Bull, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very supportive of this application as it stands. One question for Mr Burridge, if I may,
Please
which
do.
is the location of the bins. I know we're waiting for a waste management plan, but I'm just seeing, do we know where the bin store will be?
Mr Burridge. You're on mute, Mr Burridge, sorry.
Sorry, I thought I'd clicked it. Thank you, Chairman.
No problem.
So the location of the bins, I've just gone back to the proposed site layout plan. It is something that other waste and refuse team are reviewing. I did speak to them about this and looking to see whether additional bins could be provided, because it has been raised as an issue. But in terms of the precise location, I think that would be sort of agreed probably separately to the planning application. The bins themselves wouldn't need planning permission.
Okay, thank you. That was just my one concern, where they're going to be sort of unsightly in the way or blocking views to the children in the play area for parents or whatever, but I'm sure that will be taken into account. Yeah, I'm very for this idea. It's an area I know very well, having stayed in that in the roads nearby for a period of time. So yes, it's well needed, and I think we should support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bull.
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Burridge.
Sorry, I just wanted to say on that point, the redesign of the building, we did have similar concerns with the original design of the building clearly having a back elevation and a front elevation. So we didn't want the bins to be positioned at the back of the building. So the redesigned building does clearly have sort of its aspect is open out onto all sides to avoid having bins sort of stored against the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burridge. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. That comment actually raises more concerns for me. I think this is a very good application. The cafe will be just where you want it. 1.4 hectares is a very large space, something between 3 and 4 acres of land, wide open and flat. There are a lot of bedsit land also in that area of Boscombe, so a lot of people without any amenities of their own who would, in effect, and I'm sure, love to use the park and find great benefit from it. But you can't possibly have a cafe in a park without bins, because cafes produce a lot of refuse, not only with their own food and preparation and whatever else they're doing, but also when they've sold coffees and ice creams and cartons and so on, you need adequate bins to for the refuse to be put in them and not just discarded around the park. And it's normally a part of every application we have. So I see absolutely nothing wrong with this application. I think it's brilliant, except that we seem to have totally ignored how we're going to deal with the refuse that is bound to be attracted, either emanate from or be attracted to this particular area. I have a little concern there, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Mr. Burridge, would it be apt if we added a minor condition or an informative note to say that we would require the waste management plan to be agreed by the local planning authority?
Thank you, Chairman. I was just trying to recall. I think we do have a condition about a waste, but yes, we could add a condition to the effect to secure details with regard to the refuse to ensure that that's acceptable.
If we could do that, please, Mr. Burridge, I think that would be very acceptable to all members of the board at this moment in time. I will just say a couple of words on this, if I may. Firstly, Mr. Burridge, I do want to echo what Councillor Kelly said. I think you put an awful amount of work into this in collaboration with the applicants and everything to make sure that we had an acceptable scheme. And I would like to add you my personal thanks for doing that for the residents of this area. It's an area I know incredibly well. It abuts my own ward, and a lot of my own residents will take benefit in this. So thank you very, very much for the work you've done on this. It's much appreciated. I think it's a well worth scheme. I think it will bring great benefits to the area, and it just goes to show the local areas of Boscombe that BCP do regard them as decent citizens, and we do want to help them improve their lives. So thank you very much, Mr. Burridge, and thank you, Councillor Kelly, for your words as well earlier on. I will move to the vote on this application. We have a move to grant by Councillor Hilliard and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. As is the norm, I will call your names one by one, please. Before I do that, Mr. Gould, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Chairman. It's just to come in and briefly on that point that you've just been discussing around refuge. You've suggested the addition of an extra condition, but does condition 18 of the report not actually address what members are concerned with here, i.e. that condition will seek to require a refuse management plan that will include where the location of the bin store is to be?
If that can include the siting of the bins and in agreement, Mr. Gould, I'll be more than happy with that. Yes, definitely.
Yes, we can ensure that is the case, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Good. I appreciate your input on that one.
Thank you.
Okay, members, so we're back to the votes. And Councillor Stephen Barron.
For.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Simon Paul.
For.
Councillor Malcolm Davies. Councillor Davies.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Decent.
For.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Hall. Thank you. Councillor Paul Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
For.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
For.
And myself also for. And again, that is unanimous, less Councillor Bartlett, who has not returned with us at this moment in time. Therefore, that application is granted. And I thank everyone for their time in that. And say, particularly Mr. Burridge, it was a very excellent report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you.
So moving on, members, we will go on to item 6D, which is 20 Chewton Farm Road, Christchurch. And I will go over to Sophie Maudsley to put the presentation on screen, please, Sophie.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay.
Yep, we can all see that.
Can everyone see that?
We can,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to refer members to the update. You will have seen that an objection has been received from the Parish Council on the basis of overdevelopment, out of character, does not address housing needs, the inadequacies of the underground parking, loss of privacy, and the additional traffic. Here we have the application site. As you can see it outlined in red on the plan and in the on the aerial photograph. The site is currently occupied by an individual detached bungalow set in a large verdant plot. The immediate locality is characterised by detached properties and substantial plots within a sylvan setting. There is a TPO across the site, with 3 oaks being the most notable. Here we have photographs of the existing 1.5-storey characterful bungalow. You can see it has a double garage. This property here is number 22. The dwelling is set at an angle to the highway, but like many other properties along Chewton Farm Road, it does have a wide and deep frontage. The new building is set further back into the plot and parallel to the highway. The existing access is remaining the same, which will lead to 3 surface visitor parking spaces and 15 spaces and cycle parking within the basement. The proposed layout is considered to retain adequate separation distances to the neighbouring properties, and its position retains the deep frontage and good-sized garden area to the rear. The existing oak tree within the front boundary, it's located in the centre here, is proposed to be removed. Given the previous significant work to the tree and poor regrowth, the council's tree officer considers its removal acceptable, and 2 semi-mature replacement trees are secured by condition. There's also a number of smaller trees being removed from the southwest boundary. The design concept is considered to be acceptable. It's clearly larger than the existing bungalow. However, it's considered that this scale of building is compatible with the surroundings and accords with policy HE2. The proposal provides for 1 one-bed flat and 13 two-bed flats across 3 floors of accommodation. All of the flats meet the housing quality indicators for unit size, as shown in policy LN1, with the exception of 3 units, which are only slightly under. They meet the nationally described space standards. Here we have a street scene, and you can see the built relationship with number 16 Chewton Farm Road and number 22. The bin store will be located adjacent to the northeast boundary. Members will have seen from the reports there is a proposed condition to secure some acoustic fencing down part of the northeast boundary between the access ramp and number 22, this property here. This is in order to mitigate any potential noise and disturbance from vehicular movements. And the applicants have produced this CGI visual representation of the development. And you can see that there's no longer this oak tree in the front of the site. Some few photographs showing the context. This is taken from the rear garden of number 20, and this is the side elevation of number 22. And stood further back, this is the northeast boundary and the roof of number 22. Here we have looking towards the rear elevation of number 20, and that's the southwest boundary and the side of number 20. And this is the side elevation of number 16. As you can see, there's no openings on this side elevation, but it appears that there's a balcony with a screen on its rear elevation. This is number 16 at the top with a Georgian appearance, and this is the application property, and then at the bottom you can see number 22. And this oak tree here is the one that's going to be removed. Just wanted to give members just some information on the housing land availability assessment. This is taken from the most recent 2019 document. You can see that the Chewton Farm Road area is highlighted green, and this is land included within the potential supply. This is only theoretical potential for development, and no numbers have been put against this within the document. And this is taken from the 5-year housing land supply, and you can see that we only have a 3.98 year supply of housing, giving us a deficit of 426. So there is a clear need for housing within the Christchurch area. Members will see from the report no affordable housing or contribution is being provided. The applicant has provided a viability assessment, and it has been concluded that it is not viable. The assessment was independently assessed on the first application on this site, and the conclusions verified that there was no viability. Policy LN3 and the MPPF are clear that viability issues can be valid reasons for not providing affordable housing. An ecology report and mitigation plan has been submitted. Evidence of bats was found, and therefore additional surveys are required prior to demolition of the existing bungalow. Mitigation and enhancement measures include new bird nesting opportunities, bat tiles and tubes, hedgehog gaps in fencing, and swift and sparrow terraces. And this is all conditioned within the report. In conclusion, the site is not in a designated area, and as I've mentioned before, there's not a 5-year housing land supply, and therefore the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies as set out in the MPPF. It is considered there are no adverse impacts to outweigh the proposal being approved, which is in a sustainable location and would make a contribution to the housing supply. It's therefore recommended for approval as set out with the conditions and the completion of the legal agreement to secure the heathland mitigation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Sophie. Mr. Tyler, do we have any deputations?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So for this item, we have 2 statements in objection, 1 statement in support, and the Ward Councillor Nigel Brooks, who will be addressing the committee on this. So the first statement in objection has been received from a group of residents that live in Chewton Farm Road, and their statement is as follows. We believe that the proposed development of 14 apartments with 27 bedrooms replacing a single chalet bungalow represents a staggering overdevelopment of the site. Its design, bulk and high mass is out of keeping with and harmful to the character of the Chewton Farm area. Please read policy H9, which is a saved policy from the Christchurch local plan. It identifies this small area of the Chewton Farm estate as the one area in the whole of the Christchurch borough that has a character worthy of protection from infill due to the type of family accommodation it provides. H9 states any redevelopment will not be permitted where it adversely affects the special character and amenity of this established residential area. H9 does not prevent housing, so it is incorrect to state that the policy is out of date. The council is duty bound to undertake a proper planning balance in assessing the application, starting with the relevant local plan. This proposal, as admitted in the officer's report, will not deliver affordable housing, nor the type of housing needed in Christchurch. It seeks to provide high-cost flats that will not be of a type, tenure or price that will help meet local needs. The officers are therefore wrong to conclude that the tilted balance should apply in favour of this proposal because of a lack of housing supply. The development will create an urbanising and cramming effect on what is a unique and semi-rural part of Christchurch. It will definitely harm the special character and amenity of the area and will set a dangerous precedent for similar proposals which would destroy the character of the area altogether. The officers correctly assessed the previous application should be refused because of the impact of the development. See paragraph 7 of the report. It cannot be right that the addition of an underground car park resolves this. The inappropriate bulk and mass of the development remains. In addition, we have obtained expert advice that the underground car park is defective. The ramp is too narrow for cars to pass and 6 of the access bays cannot be safely accessed. Paragraph 15 of the officer's report, suggesting it is sufficient, is merely a copy and paste from the highway report dated the 4th of November 2020, which predated the current plans. We have been told that that paragraph was written without any proper calculations being undertaken, and there is no assessment whatsoever of the plans now before you. This is not a minor matter. The underground car park is unworkable, which means the whole development is defective. Even without this, the application should be rejected. The council officers have not properly considered the planning balance. The benefits of the development in terms of housing do not outweigh its considerable negative impact, nor override policy H9. That is the end of the first statement of objection from the residents of Chewton Farm Road. The second statement of objection is from another group of residents who are residents of Avenue Road and Sea Road, and their statement is as follows. The 14-flat development proposed is an obtrusive, overbearing development which will overshadow its neighbours, causing a loss of privacy and light. It will increase traffic flow and parking hazards on a traffic-calmed road, causing additional dangers for the junction with Avenue Road and the Coulter Music School, in addition to vehicles emerging from the new flats. The underground parking does not alleviate this and will itself cause additional noise and disturbance to residents, including those on Avenue and Seaview roads, in addition to the excessive large number of lorry movements to remove tons of soil. The proposal suggests positives, all of which can and should be met by a less substantial and more in-keeping development. This proposal is out of character, has no precedence, and does not comply with the council's local plan. The residents of the Chewton Farm estate are proud of their neighbourhood. If the application is granted, then it will have grave consequences, as it will open the floodgates to similar applications in our small estate. Every new development in Highcliffe appears to be flats. There is an overabundance of these types of residents in the village, and more traditional housing should be retained. The special interest of the area has been recognised by the council. Policies H9 and H12, still adopted by the council, identify this by laying out requirements for residential appropriate in size and scale, not adversely affecting existing or future residents, not resulting in loss of landscape or other environmental features, and provide for open space. All these items will be transgressed should the proposal succeed. The claims of the lack of a 5-year housing land supply, policy KS4 of the Christchurch SHLAA identifies developable land for residential properties well above the targets set without windfall land and contrary to the developer's claims. These policies need to be understood and given careful consideration for this decision if the council is not to contravene its own safeguarding policies. The development has been shown to be unwanted as emphasised by the massive response in objection letters from people in the area who will be affected and who should have the say in how their neighbourhood is developed. Over 80 objections alone regarding this proposal. The letters of support submitted to enhance the proposal should be disregarded. They are identical, lack senders' addresses or signatures, and originate from outside of the Christchurch area, suggesting that they came from the developer originally. Please reject this application on grounds of contrary to council policy, overbearing and out of character, unwanted, unneeded and unsupported, unprecedented, and adversely affecting the nature and amenity of the area and its residents. And that ends the second statement of objection from residents of Avenue Road and Seaview Road. Moving to the statement in support. This statement was received from Ethan Brighton and beg your pardon, I've just lost the second name. That's James Croker and Ethan Brighton of Fortitudo Developments, which are the applicant. And their statement is as follows. Dear Chair and members of the Planning Committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. This application has evolved through numerous iterations following earlier submissions. We have listened to the feedback from the public and your officers and have amended the proposals accordingly. We believe this has resulted in an attractive, well-considered scheme, which will complement the area and has gained recommendation for approval from your planning officer. The specific points supporting this application are: the apartments will have air source heat pumps, increasing energy efficiency. It is policy compliant for parking. All units exceed nationally described space standards. Electric vehicle charging points. Dormer windows removed from the top floor to make the building less imposing. The wider consideration and benefits to the community and BCP Council are as follows. 5-year housing land supply cannot be demonstrated, brackets 2.9 years, and this will be a positive contributor. Efficient use of urban land. It facilitates the need for downsizing accommodation in the area to free up family homes. Creation of energy efficient homes and long-term environmental benefits. Band G council tax for the current dwelling will contribute £3,026.49 per annum to the BCP Council. However, the new development will contribute circa £30,000 per annum. The underground car park is classed as a SIL chargeable area, which will increase the SIL liability for the scheme should it be approved, giving further funds to the council for investment into borough-wide infrastructure improvements. For example, the parish council plans to improve Highcliffe High Street. In summary, we are proud to present this development to the committee, and we ask you to support your planning officer in recommending it for approval. That is the end of the one statement in support, Chair. I'll pass back to you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. I would now ask Councillor Nigel Brooks, I believe you are with us, if you would like to speak, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm addressing you as the Ward Councillor and also Cabinet Plus member for Christchurch Regeneration. And it is as the Ward Councillor that I'm addressing you this afternoon. Members, is it right for a block of 14 flats to be built in a semi-rural location? This is the question you have to decide this afternoon. Is wholly wrong location and totally out of keeping with the area of Chewton Farm Road? The name of the road just underlines this. The block of flats is contrary to planning policies, namely Christchurch Local Plan Policy H9. And I will read, it says, proposals for the redevelopment of any area of land for residential purposes, including one or more gardens in that part of the Chewton Farm estate identified on the proposal's map, will not be permitted where they adversely affect the special character and amenity of this established residential area. The planning officers in paragraph 40 say this policy is nearly 20 years old. That is totally immaterial and has no relevance to the policy H9. So why is this policy important? All houses on the same side of the road look out onto local green space. And in fact, that local green space is green belt. And also in that land is farmland. The road itself does not have a footpath, but rather green verges. That's what makes this semi-rural location special. This is a road solely comprising detached houses of equally large plots with individual designs and characteristics, hardly the location for a block of flats. What about the question of housing supply, or rather the supply of flats? Alone in the last 2 years, consent has been granted to 137 flats which are under construction or have been completed within 1.5 kilometres of the Chewton Farm Road in more established urban areas. A further 20 flats are awaiting a decision, again in more established urban settings. The planning officers can confirm these figures to you if you require. The area needs more houses and not flats. There are already over 50 flat developments of 2 to 4 stories in Highcliffe, which is a village. This is not one that is needed. The proposal is contrary to local plan policy, which is not affected by housing land supply. The local planning authority has a statutory duty under section 72 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 and section 38 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 to determine planning applications in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. This proposal does not accord with the established policies I've mentioned before. So members, I would urge you to reject this planning application, which is wrong and detrimental to this special part of Highcliffe. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now go over to members who wish to take part in this. Before I do that, is there anything you would like to come back on, Sophie?
Sorry, Chairman, my microphone was off. I'd just like to confirm that council tax is not a material consideration in the determination of this application, and as officers, we do not take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Okay, over to Councillor Simon Ball, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask Sophia, Ms. Maudsley, the policy H9, could you give us a little more information on that? Should we be considering that policy?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, policy H9 is from the previous Christchurch local plan, but it was brought forward to the current local plan. So it is part of the development plan and should be taken into account. However, it is of an age, and policy HE2 in the current local plan does discuss character and appearance of special characteristics of local areas. So I would give more weight to the current policy HE2, which covers character and visual impact of development. Thank you.
If I may, Chair, another question was on the national minimum space standards that I know we don't adopt, but did you say there was 3? There was conflicting information. I thought you said there was 3 were under that, and one of the comments in support was saying there was none under it. So can you just confirm which it is?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, from my calculations and the information on the submitted plans, I think 3 of them are just slightly under. For a 2-bed, 4 bed space unit, it should be 70 square meters, and they are 67 and 69, so they are just under. But our policies we don't need to adhere to those. We have the HQIs currently in our policy LM1, and they meet those standards. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I mean, when I visited the site there, I was very much aware of the road and the nature of the road outside, with its traffic calming measures, and certainly, I mean, I pulled over to have a look at the and I felt very uncomfortable being in the road and felt I would be I was in a dangerous position. And
it's the normal sort of 5+
sorry, I have some sort of concern around if we have a large number of flats in that road and people do park on the roadside. That is a concern I have. And one final point, if I may, was could you just address the conversation around the access to the parking, the underground parking, and the width of the access and the accessibility, really, please, Ms. Maudsley?
Yes, our highway officer is here, so I might hand over and he can provide some more technical information on that.
Yep,
Alexis is here.
Alexis Edwards, Transport Development Management Team Leader, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
In regard to the underground car parking, it's got a sort of relatively standard arrangement of having 2 transition ramps and a main section to allow the vehicles to go from the ground level into the basement. That part of it in itself, the transitions, they meet required standards. I note there's concern around the column positions, which are not shown on the plans. However, that's something which could be addressed through a condition at a later stage with the reserve matters or condition otherwise. And there's no certainty as to whether individual columns will be used with this kind of development. They could be proposing a single span arrangement where columns aren't really relevant in terms of usability of the spaces. Just waiting for Sophie to find a plan. Yeah. And also, you're talking, I think one of the concerns was about two-way traffic entering, exiting the ramps at the same time. It has to be remembered that this is a relatively small residential development, and so the probability of vehicles being unable to pass each other at the same time is much lower than it would be in a commercial multi-storey car park where you have a much higher frequency of vehicles turning over.
Councillor Ball, does that answer your queries?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Much appreciated for your input on that one. Councillor Marion Lepedovin, please.
Thank you. Simon's very nicely covered what I wanted to ask about the access. Taking from there, some of the objectors were talking about the noise that would be generated by cars using the ramp. So I'd be grateful for comments on that, and particularly the noise affecting the neighbour. So number 22 with the wing sticking out very close to the boundary, is it known what part of the accommodation that is?
Sophie?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Hopefully members will see the photograph at the bottom. That is the single-storey garage element for number 22.
That's what I suspected, so thank you for that.
That's okay. I can just also say we have conditioned an acoustic fence to be put in between the area of the ramp and number 22 to mitigate any potential noise and disturbance caused from vehicular movements.
Sorry, Sophie, could I just confirm with you? So are you saying that the garage is the closest part of number 22 that will be next to the new development?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Thank you for confirming that. Are you happy, Councillor Lepedovin?
I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I might come back for comments later, but that answers my questions.
No problem. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. First of all, about the tree, and obviously we've got the picture in front of us now. That oak, I'm not a tree expert, but when I went there, it looked healthy enough, and obviously it's quite fundamental to open up the plot. Could the officer just re-emphasise what the tree officer report was about felling it, what the reason, and then secondly, about most of the neighbours' complaints are about, and the objectors are about, the parking on site, but also the traffic. So I was looking at the previous application which was withdrawn, and for me the actual building looks the same. All it was the parking was in front, and the traffic, the highways officer at that time, his recommendation was to refuse because the property of this size needed 20 spaces, and that previous application only had 14. The application before us now only has 18, so it's still, I can't understand why it's still acceptable on that number of parking. And also the highways officer rejected it on the positioning of the cycle store, which again is in the same position. It's at the back on the left-hand side, and he explained in his reason for refusal it wasn't convenient. It was down a 25-metre pathway. It wasn't suitable. That doesn't have to happen to be changed. The other thing about, because you've got that discrepancy under number of spaces, people, either users of residents of these flats or visitors, will have to park outside. And as we heard from Councillor Bull and other councillors know, it's not appropriate to park on Chewton Farm Road. And similarly, even the road, Avenue Road is not suitable. The width is just about, but if you get 5 or more, it will just be very inconvenient for passing. Won't be dangerous because then there'll be passing opportunities. But so it was just again from the highways officer, well, first of all the tree, but in the highways officer, just to confirm the discrepancy. And again, sorry to go on, but page, so I think it's section 15 says the highways agree, and then page 17, recommendation 3 is stating that the parking access, the ramp, etc., are all reserved matters. So just to clarify that point, that we're agreeing something, and we've heard from objectors that there's question about the accessibility and usability of a ramp, and that's the reserved matters, but we as a committee are in a position or not to be making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, firstly, the tree at the front. Yes, our tree and landscape officer has visited the site and made an assessment of the scheme. That tree had undergone significant works previously and before, so Mrs. Ridley was happy that that tree came down. As I said earlier, we have conditioned 2 replacement semi-mature trees within the front of the site. So yeah, we considered that to be acceptable, and the 3 category A oak trees are still remaining. And if Alexis wanted to touch on the highway side of things.
Sure, no, thank you, Sophie. In relation to the apparent discrepancy between the 2 applications, the parking arrangements are different for both of those. The main reason why the number of spaces is different is because they are no longer allocating the spaces to particular flats, which they were in the first application. And that's why the amount of parking required is changed.
Okay, and from a highways point of view, obviously there is not enough space. Maybe the standards say there is, but in a workable situation, you've got 14 flats. They will have visitors. So Christmas, you would hope that everyone's going to have a visitor. So where from a highways point of view, are you saying that visitors should be parking on Chewton Farm Road or Avenue? What is your feeling from a dangerous point of view, a danger safety point of view? Thank you.
I don't think there is a danger safety point of view on that. The development provides sufficient unallocated parking for the residents of the block in the underground car parking, and it provides a couple of spaces to the front of the site for any visitor element. It is catering for demand based on the LPA's parking policies.
Sorry,
okay,
can I just
appreciate?
Sorry, I just wanted to say, obviously we've touched on the SPD coming forward, and that actually has only one space per flat as well. So depending on the weight members want to give to that document, the provision is acceptable for the new SPD as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I was just looking at the residential amenities of both existing residents of a road and also potential amenities of the users of this flat if it goes ahead. And I think the amenities of parking, visitor parking, is very, and the access and use of a road will be hit heavily. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Sophie, could you just clarify what the other point that Councillor Hilliard was making was about the reserved matters regarding the car parking?
Yeah, so this application is outlined, but we are dealing with all matters except for landscaping. But we have suggested that further detail is submitted at the reserved matters stage to cover more technical details of the basement parking. But we are considering the access and the parking as part of this the proposal application today.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Peter Hall, please.
Very much, Chairman. I'd like to ask Sophie a question, if I may. On the replacement trees, I mean, you're cutting down, in my opinion, that oak tree looked quite reasonable and in healthy condition. What will the replacement trees be? Will they be oak trees, please?
Thank you. It's proposed, it's condition 10 in the report, but it's one English oak and one sweet chestnut. Proposed to be semi-mature in size.
Thank you very much, but it does concern me putting chestnut trees on the side of a roadway. We've done it in other parts of Christchurch, and it does become a hazard with children getting the sweet chestnuts or even horse chestnuts from these trees. So I'm not quite sure that a sweet chestnut tree is suitable when you're getting rid of a big oak, but that's just an opinion. And if I may, Chairman, can I carry on with my...
Please do, Councillor Hall.
Well, I've heard Councillor Nigel Brooks and his statement, and I quite agree with him that this is such a special area, and in my opinion, this is going to be very detrimental to this special rural area. I mean, 14 flats in that area is far too much, and I think it's an overdevelopment of this area. Also, you've got fields adjacent to this site where even deer come and you see grazing occasionally. So it is against some of our planning policies. And although we've saved policy H9, and I was on the planning committee at Christchurch when we saved these policies, and they are saved because they're so important to us. And I think you also got the importance that although we've got it with the core strategy HE2, they still talk about the character and the visual amenities, and I think the character of the area would be completely spoiled if this was granted. I really do feel that it's just overdevelopment in this special area, and to my mind, Chairman, it should be refused, and I will put it should be refused because it's against established policies, and I think just not H9 but HE12 and also HE2 of the core strategy, I think are good reasons so it could be refused. And it would spoil, in my opinion, this lovely rural setting that this road has. And I think I've never had so many accurate and prescribed objections that I've had over this at the moment. So I'm very happy to propose that it's refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Do I have a seconder for that move at this moment in time, or would members like to continue with the speaking?
Tony O'Neill would second.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. If you would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting that there are no pictures looking along Chewton Farm Road. Interesting because the pictures tell their own story. It is a narrow road. There is no pavement or limited pavement, and it's typified by large houses whose front verges link directly to the road. The verges are all well kept. So a large, pleasant residential road of significant houses in pleasant grounds with good frontages. I do believe that this particular development, whilst it is attractive, is opportunistic and its design, mass and scale is out of character with the street scene, and I agree with other councillors' observations on that. Traffic is as stated, it is an issue already on that road. The reality of the location is that drivers who know the road use it as a convenient cut through to get to the Walkford Highcliffe Barton roundabout. I do not believe that we should add further congestion onto what in any other terms would amount to a private road, but in this case is not. So I am not supportive of this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Anne Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a questions way, and I'm not over enamoured with the application, but and I have a lot of sympathy with many of the representations which have been made, but the number of representations is not relevant. It is the value of those representations or the pertinence of them that we have to consider. In the old days, and I'm old enough to remember those, sadly, we used to have areas where flats were not permitted, but I believe that is no longer the case. Is that correct?
I believe so, Councillor Stribley.
Fine. Well, in that case, a residence is a residence is a residence. And these are, proposal is for smallish apartments, 1 and 2 bedrooms. And it's a fact that the majority of apartments or flats, whatever you choose to call them, built in this area are bought by people who already have a BH postcode. And that actually releases a large number of family houses back into the market frequently. I agree the location of this particular block of flats is not at all like the one we looked at in Parkstone recently. It's not on a bus route, it's not, and so it absolutely needs full parking provision and adequate visitor provision. But on the basis, and I suspect everybody who lives there will have a car because it isn't on a bus route. And even if people use their bikes, they won't necessarily rely on those for transport all the time. So I have a difficulty. I don't see quite the planning grounds on which we can refuse it, although my inclination is to say I don't like it and I want to refuse it. There is this question of the oak tree in the front of the property. It looks a bit spindly, and I would suggest a couple of those lower branches also need to come off it. But it reminds me of an oak tree I had in a house I bought 50 years ago, which had one very heavy branch looking towards the house, and the tree people, the council's tree officers came along and said, "Oh, it's not a very special tree, take the whole thing down." Well, I didn't want to take the whole thing down. I just wanted to take this one branch off, which I did. And 50 years later, that tree is still there. It's grown beautifully and it enhances the place. And that, of course, was an oak tree. I'm not over enamoured by sweet chestnuts. They are beautiful trees in the right setting, but they grow like weeds and they very, very rapidly, unless they've got a large area, outgrow their place. But I would prefer to see 2 semi-mature oak trees appropriately planted there, because they will be there for the long term. Say sweet chestnuts grow very fast and they don't live anywhere nearly as long as oak trees. The road is already used as a cut through. People are not in and out of their vehicles all day. All those large properties will all have at least one, and some of them will have 3, 4 or more cars, as large houses are often occupied by families. And as you know, you start with one car, then the couple both get a car, then the kids grow up into their teenagers and they get cars, So you've increased it there, friends come, you've increased it again, then they leave home and it reduces. So there is always a fluctuating use of cars really into any large residential unit. The design makes it look like a large residential unit. So on planning grounds, I can't see how we would substantiate a refusal, and I'm afraid we would be taken to the cleaners if we went to appeal on it, and that I personally wouldn't like to see. So reluctantly, I feel I'm obliged to support this one. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. I will say a few words on this. It has been a difficult one. My inbox over the last couple of weeks has been definitely inundated with correspondence from nearby residents, etc. I will not support the move to refuse this at this moment in time. I think it is a good application. I like the design of the building. I think the fact that the parking is now going to be downstairs is also an added benefit. Not having the visible sight of vehicles at the front of the building is a vast improvement, and having them all sat there. The roads and etc. are already no parking roads, so I see no difference in that. So I can't see a problem with anything on that. Getting rid of the oak tree, well, I think that can go ahead as long as the agreement with the landscaping is sought first to see what the replacements will definitely be. But at this moment in time, I certainly will not be supporting the move to refuse. I have a couple of other speakers that wish to come in. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I have to say I agree with what you have just said, as well as Councillor Stribley. I think that ideally, I would quite happily pick this application up and put it in at another place, and I would love every bit of it, because I think it is well designed. It is well designed. It is what we need in Christchurch. And whilst I don't particularly like where it is here, I agree with Councillor Stribley in that I just don't see a planning reason for refusal. I don't see anything that would hold up to any form of scrutiny. I think it is a shame that it has come up in this location. Like I say, in another location, I would be far less torn about supporting it. But again, it comes back to our policy and the scope that we have as a planning committee to refuse. And I just don't see the necessary strength of argument to back up the refusal. So I will not be supporting the move to refuse. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Marion Lepedovin, please. Councillor Lepedovin. Okay, I will move to Councillor Barron, please.
Sorry, I hadn't realised I was still muted.
Thank you, Councillor Lepedovin. Go ahead.
You didn't remind me. You didn't say anything.
I couldn't see it. Sorry.
Basically, I agree with. I think it's the last three speakers. Yourself, Councillor Stribley, and Councillor Johnson. I think it's a well-designed scheme. It does look like a very large private house, and there are some very large private houses in that road. It keeps being talked about as a block of flats, which immediately in my mind would conjure up a 5-storey, at least, square box from the 60s or 70s. And it's nothing remotely like that. It talks about the character of the road, and I assume from that they're meaning the design and architecture character, but there is no overriding character to my mind. Number 16, which strangely enough is next door, so obviously a plot has gone missing at some point. You've got this what I imagine is a pseudo Georgian design. Down at number 4, you've got an ultra modern angular, very recent new build, as I say, a very modern design. So there is no consistency of design along the road. This fits in well with the sort of, I suppose, Edwardian or just after 30s or pastiche 30s design of the road, and it fits. I'm almost getting the feeling from some of the objections that it's all right for us to live here, but it's not all right for people who live in flats to live here. And I don't like that attitude, so I'm trying to keep that at bay, but it does seem to be perhaps not a very worthy thing to say. But on the whole, I cannot see grounds for refusal, and therefore I won't be backing the motion to refuse.
Thank you, Councillor Pedvin. I don't expect for 1 minute that anyone thought you meant that remark in a derogatory way whatsoever. Councillor Barron.
Yeah, a few councillors have mentioned the tree in the front, the oak tree. Well, in tree terms, it is actually only a young oak. Maybe not in human terms, but in tree terms, it is a young oak. And in any tree removal, especially oak, because it is my favourite tree, but it is regrettable. You know, they are replacing two, and there's been comments made about sweet chestnuts. Well, sweet chestnuts do respond. They're very resilient. They're a very tough tree. They do respond to pruning. So that's sort of, yeah, that I'm satisfied that that species is okay. I would. Is the existing tree, has it got a TPO on it? Because if it has, I would like the TPO to be transferred over, if possible, to be transferred over to the replacement oak tree as a replacement for the felled TPO. But I say I don't know if it has got TPO. The proposed, I think it from the street scene it looks attractive, you know, and I think it will weather well, you know, with lichen and moss and that kind of thing over the decade. So I will be supporting this application, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett, and thank you for your advice regarding the trees. I would just ask Sophie if she is aware of whether that tree is TPO'd. Sophie?
Yes, TPO was put on the whole of the site earlier this year. So yes, it is covered by a TPO.
Thank you. And could you just confirm Councillor Barrett's request that if we were to go ahead with that and that tree was removed, that any future trees planted would also be covered by a TPO?
I might have to clarify that. Only usually they have to be of a certain size to be covered by a TPO. So that was my only query over that, but I'd have to discuss that with colleagues. I don't know if Mr. Hodges or anyone else knows the answer to that.
Sophie,
Sorry.
I guess it's an area order, and it's any trees that were there at the time of the order being made. So if the order was it last year? So any trees there at the time of the order being confirmed are covered. But the planning overrides a TPO anyway.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
I can speak to my colleague. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to do it obviously now. And ask.
Yeah, I mean, even have, you know, a condition protecting the replacement trees, or just some. I'd just like some kind of peace of mind, you know, that if I'm going to agree to a tree coming down, that, you know, it could have a good future, that we are replacing it with you know, at least another couple that will also have a good future and just won't be sort of hacked around and removed in 5 years' time or something.
Yeah, I can confirm that the condition does say that if it is it's damaged or it's diseased within 5 years, it needs to be replaced. So it covers it for the 5 years. So hopefully by then it would be established on site.
Okay. Not ideal, but you know, it's something, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stribley, you wanted to come back?
Please, no.
Yes, Chairman, just to say I understood that a replacement tree in effect inherited the TPO that was in the area, but you had to make sure that the tree was cared for the first 5 years, and then after that being established, it would come under that. But I might be wrong on that one. But okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now, before I move to the vote, bearing in mind that we do have a move to reject this application, could I please bring in Mr. Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just quickly on that TPO question, Councillor Stribley's understanding is my understanding as well, that in the local authority grants consent for removal of a TPO tree, and there's a requirement for a replacement tree. That replacement tree is similarly protected. And wouldn't be 100% sure how that would work through the planning application process. That may be slightly different, but again, as I say, I think we can put in certain appropriate safeguards for the replacement trees. But moving on, the move for refusal, just for, we were looking for clarity, Chairman, on the reasons, please, if I could go to the proposer and seconder, so we can be clear on the exact reasons for refusal, and so members are clear on what the vote is trying to is for. Thank you.
At this moment, Mr. Hodges, put forward HE12 and HE2 core strategy.
Yes, Chair. There's no HE12 in the local plan. I'm presuming Councillor Hall meant HE2.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, HE2. I'm presuming also H9, the save policies. But what I wanted to drill down to, obviously, HE2 covers a large area of aspects of development. So it talks about development being permitted if it's compatible or improves its surrounding and its layout, site coverage, architectural style, scale, bulk, height, materials, landscaping, visual impact, relationship to nearby properties and relationship to mature trees. So it would be helpful to understand the particular aspects that are unacceptable within the scope of policy HE2, so members are clear on what the harm would be as a development and why that harm significantly and demonstrably overrides the benefits of providing the additional housing, where we, as you've seen, have a housing land supply with a deficit of over 400 units, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Hall, would you like to come back to Mr. Hodges, please?
Hey, Chairman, thank you very much, very kind. It is HE2, but it is on the visual amenity, also the character, and it does affect the character of this road. It is a special character, and also we keep mentioning housing stock. Already, we must have at least 1,500 houses that have been granted planning permission, and they haven't been built. So we've got a shortfall because we've granted permission and they haven't been built. So, you know, it's a false picture of the housing stock. But I do think this area is really special, and it's not like any other block of flats. It's a block of flats that's going to spoil this very rural area. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So looking at the actual requirements of HE2, I'm interpreting that as to do with layout, site coverage, scale, bulk, height. Would that be a fair assessment, Councillor Hall?
Yes, Mr. Hodges, it would be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm clear on that. And just to be clear, that it is that sole reason about the character and appearance of the area.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. So moving forward then, members, we do have a move to refuse this application from Councillor Hall and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. I will go to the vote on this now, and I will ask you in turn to indicate on whether you wish to, whether you are for the refusal or against the refusal. So, Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Borthwick.
Abstain.
Councillor Bull.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
Against.
Councillor Decent.
Against.
Councillor Dion.
I am for the refusal.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Lepedevin.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
Against.
And myself, Councillor Kelsey, I am also against this. Therefore, that motion to refuse falls. That being the case, I will now move the acceptance of the officer's recommendations on this. and I would look for a seconder, please. Councillor Johnson, you have your hand raised.
I will second that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. There is no other body indicating to speak to this at this time, so therefore, again, I will move to the vote on this. If you are for the recommendation to grant, please say for. If you are against, please say against. Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Borthwick.
Abstain.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Davies. Councillor Davies.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Decent. Councillor Decent.
Sorry, Chairman. For.
Thank you. Councillor Dion.
Against.
Councillor Peter Hall. Thank you, Councillor Hall. You are muted.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Lepedevin.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
And myself, Councillor Kelsey, also for. Mr. Tyler, could you whip me up the numbers for that one, please?
Certainly, Chairman. Thank you. So the total number of votes for the motion was 8. The total number of votes against the motion was 4, and there was 1 abstention. So that motion has carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Therefore, members, that application has been granted. Thank you very much to Mr. Hodges and for Sophie for your presentations on that. Thank you. Councillor Hall, would you like to speak?
Yes, please, Chairman. Could I have the numbers that we had for the first vote, please?
You can. One moment.
Chairman, I'm happy to give those if...
Yeah, please do, Mr. Tyler.
Thank you. So that was 4 votes for the refusal. That's correct. Thank you, Chairman.
Exactly the same. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So, members, thank you for that. We will now move on to the next application this afternoon.
Chairman, can we have a 5-minute break?
Yes, that's a very good idea, actually, Councillor Stribley. So I will just adjourn for a short 5-minute break so everyone can have a quick comfort break. Come back in 5. Thank you. Welcome back to the BCP Planning Committee meeting. Thank you for the short interlude that we had there as a comfort break for the members. Can I indicate, please, now that Councillor Bartlett has now rejoined the meeting and will be taking part in the final two applications this afternoon. So if we could move on now to the next application, which is 6F, which is 2A Martello Park in Poole. And we have Mr. John Maidman to present this case, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just bear with me while I bring up the presentation for you.
Thank you.
Are you seeing that clearly on screen?
We are, thank you.
Excellent. So permission is sought to construct an additional storey onto an existing 4-storey apartment building to form a 2-bed flat. In accordance with the Constitution, this application is brought before committee today as there have been 20 representations received within the initial notification period based on material planning issues from separate addresses which are contrary to the recommendation. Moving on to the location of the site, it's located in the Camford Cliffs ward of Poole in a cul-de-sac called Martello Park, which is off Western Road, as indicated in the area in red on your screen. Putting it into a little bit more context now, we can see Western Road at the top of the screen. In a westerly direction is Camford Cliffs with the associated shops and amenities there. As I said, Martello Park is a cul-de-sac characterised by a number of buildings which are residential in nature, a lot of flats in this area. Application site is outlined in dark red on your screen. Comprises a modern 4-storey unfinished and unoccupied block of flats. 2 neighbouring properties in quite close proximity. Leighton Conyers to the south of the site, and then to the east of the site is South Lodge. And this slide, this aerial photograph, just puts it in a bit more context for you. Application site indicated by the red cross on the screen, and you can see it's an area which is quite dominated by trees and other vegetation. Also, I'd just bring your attention to the fact that the site's quite tapers, which you can see in this previous slide, and beyond the rear garden are the cliffs, which then fall away down to the promenade with the beach and the sea beyond. So in terms of the proposal, it is for an additional storey onto the existing building, which would effectively make the building 5 storeys in height. The design reflects the contemporary nature of the existing building. So if we're looking at the screen now, this would be the additional storey on the building. The northern elevation on the right-hand side of the screen is the front elevation, which is the most prominent elevation and the one that you would see in Martello Park itself. And there is also basement car parking, which services the existing flats and would also be utilised for the additional unit. In terms of the other elevations, we have the western elevation on the left-hand side of the screen and the southern elevation on the right-hand side. The southern elevation is the rear elevation, reflecting the design of the existing building. A lot of glass on this rear elevation, obviously taking advantage of the views out to sea. Just included this this slide just to show the respective distances from the 2 neighbouring buildings. So in terms of the building to the immediate south, Leighton Conyers, at the moment there's approximately a 9-metre gap between the nearest point from the edge of the existing building to the neighbouring building. and to South Lodge, that building is actually closer. At its closest point, it is 5.7 metres, but I would just ask you to bear in mind that the application building is irregularly shaped. So whilst it is 5.7 metres at its closest point, that isn't reflective all the way around because it is inset at certain points. I'd also draw your attention to the fact that the building is very close to the to Martello Park itself, to the road frontage, and I'll illustrate this in photographs in a moment. So this image shows the proposed additional storey with the neighbouring buildings either side. The additional storey would make the building over 15 metres high, which is approximately 5 metres higher than South Lodge, which is shown on the to the left, and approximately 3 metres higher than Leighton Conyers, which is to the right. The resultant building would appear significantly higher than anything nearby and make it appear overly dominating and imposing, particularly when viewed in context with the neighbouring properties either side. This conclusion is very similar to the conclusion which the council reached previously when a similar application which proposed an additional storey was refused in 2017. The applicant has made comparisons to other sites in the area where higher buildings have been permitted. However, the site circumstances and relationship to neighbouring buildings are clearly very different. So moving on now, I'm going to show you some various photographs of the application site. On the left-hand side will be the photograph, and on the right corner is a site plan with the arrows on the direction that the photograph was taken. So this is the view taken from within Martello Park. You can see the existing building here. Whilst the shell of the building is largely finished, it does still require quite a bit of work, I believe, to actually make the units habitable. To the left here is South Lodge, and to the right is Leighton Conyers, and you can see how prominent the existing building would currently appears. And you have to envisage the additional storey which is proposed to be added to the top floor as part of this application. This is another view of the site taken within Martello Park. On the right-hand side here is Leighton Conyers, and beyond the building, this is South Lodge, and this is the building which is currently in situ, and the proposed additional storey would sit in this area here, as indicated by my mouse on the screen. This is a view from the rear of the site, the neighbouring buildings either side. This is taken from the far end of the site, quite close to the rear boundary. Just a view here with the neighbouring building, Leighton Conyers on the left, and the building subject of the current application, and you can see the relationship between the two buildings there. And this is a view looking the other side with South Lodge on the right and the building. Again, you'll have to envisage the additional storey on top, and the impact that would have both to the character of the area and also to neighbouring properties. With regard to the amenity of neighbours, the previous application was also refused as it was judged the additional storey would result in loss of privacy to the occupiers of some flats within neighbouring buildings, and the additional height would also result in oppressive living conditions. When the previous application was determined, building works were ongoing. With the building now substantially complete, it is much easier to assess the existing relationship between neighbouring buildings and the impact the proposed additional storey would have on neighbours. Also, the new storey has been redesigned and inset further from the side walls when comparing with the previously refused plans, as indicated by the plan on the screen. So on the left-hand side, we have the the current layout of the proposed additional story. On the right-hand side is the previously refused floor plan. Hopefully, you can see that the rooftop extension has been inset further, so there is a greater distance from the neighbouring properties. Whilst the outlook would undoubtedly be different when viewed from some windows in neighbouring flats, it is concluded that the proposed additional story would not be materially harmful to neighbouring properties. The existing access would be utilised and sufficient parking would be provided for the additional unit. No objection is raised by the Highways Authority. So in conclusion, the application is recommended for refusal as the additional story would make the building appear overly dominant and imposing, which would materially harm the character and appearance of the area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tyler, would you wish to?
Certainly, Chairman. Thank you. For this item, we have received 2 written in objection, 1 statement in support, and I understand that Councillor May Haynes, who is a ward councillor, is with us to address the committee on this. So firstly, with the first statement in objection, this statement was received from Tom Wild of Ken Park Planning, who is written in on behalf of residents of Leighton, Conyers and South Lodge. The statement is as follows. This statement is made on behalf of the residents of South Lodge and Leighton Conyers, the apartment blocks either side of the application site. The residents object to this proposal as they objected to the near identical proposal which was refused planning permission in 2017. Although the poor local plan has been adopted since that earlier scheme was refused and the National Planning Policy Framework has been revised, the fundamental approach in policy towards the design of development and the need for buildings to be appropriate within their context and their visual impact has not changed. This proposal pays no regard to those considerations but seeks to impose an additional story on this already prominent building. This will result in an uncharacteristically large and dominant presence, for which the applicant has provided no clear or compelling justification as to why the council should depart from its previous decision. The proposal would exacerbate the overbearing impact of the existing building upon both South Lodge and Leighton Conyers. The entire building sits in front of Leighton Conyers, while the front elevation also projects beyond the front elevation of South Lodge. Residents remain concerned that the additional accommodation could also result in overlooking from the new flat. The applicant suggests that the building's prominence and design justifies a different approach being taken to the assessment of character. I disagree. When the near identical 2017 scheme was refused, planning permission was already in place for the 4-storey scheme that has been constructed. The existence of that scheme would have represented a material consideration when making that decision. The relationship to neighbours would have been well understood, and officers would have made a considered assessment of the impacts. The applicant also refers to a 5-storey scheme at 6 Martello Park. Although on the same road, the difference is in the siting of that building and its relationship to the street scene mean that it does not justify what would be inappropriate on this site. My clients also note that this application is only before the committee today due to the number of letters of support received, without which the application would have been determined under delegated powers. The bulk of that support is not from the neighbouring residents who would have to live with the harmful impacts of this development, but are from as far afield as London and includes individuals employed by the applicant. This application is a poorly considered attempt to secure development, which the former Borough of Poole has previously considered unacceptable. As before, it would harm the character of the area and the amenity of residents. I therefore request that you accept your officer's recommendation and refuse planning permission. That is the end of the first statement of objection to the development, and the second has been received from a Mr. Glenn Edgeworth, who is a resident of South Lodge, also on Martello Park. The statement is as follows. a planning application for an additional floor was refused in September 2017. The developer has now submitted fundamentally the same plans, although nothing in planning terms has essentially changed. The case officer recommends the application be refused. I believe should be upheld by the committee. The existing building is materially taller than the South Lodge and marginally taller than Leighton Conyers. An additional floor would obviously exacerbate this height differential. Indeed, the proposed building would then be close to the height of a tall building as defined by the local plan. It would be the tallest building on the smallest plot in the road. The additional building height would also place it above the tree line, contrary to the local plan policy PP9, given Martello Park's proximity to U8 Beach Road car park. Currently, the block dominates the streetscape of Martello Park and the surrounding blocks. See PDAES picture 5.1. Referencing the scale of the surrounding blocks, photos 1 and 2 in section 8 of the PDAES provide a striking contrast to the current proposed development. It cannot be argued that this proposed addition is within the character of the surrounding area. The existing building already dominates its plot to an extent which is out of keeping with the surrounding plots and apartment blocks. This cannot be disguised with landscaping because the plot is developed all the way to the roadside. The development would have excessive density with 5 flats on a plot of 0.129 hectares. It would have by far the greatest density in Martello Park. I live on the west side of South Lodge, adjacent to the development. Photos are attached showing views from my kitchen, dining room and balcony. These illustrate the current situation and show the existing overbearing and oppressive impact of the building. They give an insight into how the proposed height increase would exacerbate my loss of amenity to light and privacy. The cycle parking space. This would be completely inadequate given the car parking needs of an additional flat. The writer does not appear to have considered the multitude of comments made by Martello Park residents. This application has come before the committee due to the number of supportive submissions exceeding the threshold which automatically triggers that requirement. I understand this is very unusual. I believe this is purely game playing by the developer since the wording of the majorities of these submissions is almost exactly the same. Also, none of these supporters live in Martello Park, instead hailing from varied locations as far away as London and Southampton. Perversely, some appear to be from Fortitudo employees. I urge the committee to support the case officer and refuse this application. And that ends the second statement in objection to the development. The single statement in support comes again from James Croker and Ethan Brighton of Fortitudo, and it is as such. I believe there is a visual to be shown alongside. So the statement is as follows. Dear Chair and members of the Planning Committee, our proposal mirrors an application which was granted in 2017 at Burnage Court. As the Council has previously recognised, this development is a contemporary take on high-quality apartment living. We would see this as an excellent example of appropriate innovation and progress which does optimise the potential of the site by having a stepped-in design for the 5th floor, ensuring that the apartment does not overlook any neighbours, a stepped-in design for the 5th floor mitigating any impact on the street scene. Directly opposite Martello Park on Western Road, there are 2 7-storey buildings. The evolution of Martello Park has demonstrated over time that buildings have had stories added. The apartment exceeds the nationally described space standards. At least 10% of the development's energy demands will be met using on-site renewable energy sources. The apartment will have an air source heat pump, making it more energy efficient. This development has electric vehicle charging points. Parking provision is policy compliant. A 5-storey proposal was approved at Burnage Court, 6 Martello Park. The approved 5-storey proposal at Burnage Court was 15.3 metres tall. If approved, this application would make 2 Martello Park 15.3 metres tall. The wider considerations and benefits to the community and BCP Council are as follows. This year, central government announced more flexible permitted development rights, including increasing purpose-built apartment blocks by 2 stories. In BCP, there are many building constraints, and therefore we must maximise the potential of developed land. In 2016, Paul Borough Council created an LPA pack for 2 6-storey developments at Beach Road Car Park. BCP currently have a housing supply shortfall. Band H council tax for this apartment will contribute £3,631.78 per annum to BCP Council, and the approval of this application will contribute towards the council's aims by building new energy efficient homes. In summary, it is a contemporary building on a road that hasn't seen development since the 1970s. This development represents the appropriate innovation and managed change that the National Planning Policy Framework seeks to encourage. Thank you for your consideration. And that is the end of the statement in support of the development, Chairman. I will now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I believe we have the ward councillor with us, Councillor May Haynes. Would you please, Councillor Haynes?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Planning Committee. I have to say a lot of the points that I wanted to make have actually been made by Tom Wilde and Mr. Glenn Edgeworth as well. But I think what I'd like to do is come back on some of the points that had actually been raised by the applicant, i.e. the representation that was in support of the application. They mentioned about Burnage Court, which is the slide that's actually just gone. I think we need to put that into context. Where Burnage Court is at the end of the cul-de-sac. And as you approach the end of the cul-de-sac, it is actually verdant, very treed, which means that the prominence of that building is softened significantly because of the surrounding landscaping. But as you saw, Chairman and members, the photograph that the case officer had actually put up about the building as it exists with 4 floors, it's right on the road frontage and it's also on the corner, making it extremely prominent. So I would completely agree with the case officer's assessment that the additional floor would only exacerbate the situation, making that building overly dominant. As it is a very dominant building, and that additional floor will make it overly dominant. The applicant talked about an evolving character. I have a very different view, unsurprisingly. Martello Park is a cul-de-sac road, and it is mainly flats in there. So therefore, the principle of flatted development, there is no issue there. But all the flats are of a similar height, a similar size. And I think that that is actually what I would call the prevailing character. They're no more than 4 stories high. And so it's not an evolving character. There is granted only 1 block, which has yet to be built, that can be 5 stories, but everything else is less than 5 stories. So I think it's very clear what the character of the blocks in terms of the height is for Martello Park. And as I say, because it's only a small road, it is the prevailing character. So I would say that it is not in keeping with what I would call the prevailing character. Now, the case officer has actually indicated, and it is also in the report, Chairman, that the top floor, the proposed top floor, which is under consideration, has been amended to inset at certain points, making it less dominant, and also to overcome the perceived overlooking into the neighbouring blocks. I don't think it's actually gone far enough. I think the current proposal, it still significantly increases the prominence of the building when viewed from the outside of the site, notably within Martello Park, i.e. the road frontage. And I think that the height would be virtually identical to the previously refused scheme and would result in a conspicuous additional floor on an already sizable and prominent building close to neighbouring buildings. And to confirm the concerns, the proposal would result in a building over 5 metres higher than South Lodge, the neighbouring block, at its highest point, and over 3 metres higher than Leighton Conyers, the neighbouring block on the other side. And in the wider landscape, the new block would be visually prominent, rising above neighbours and trees, and visible from far afield, including from the sea. And I also want to talk about the representations, which had actually triggered the application coming before yourselves, members and chairman. And it's interesting to note that most of them, in fact, all of them, were not from neighbours. And to counter that, I think Mr. Edgeworth has already covered that they'd actually come from as far afield as London. A lot of them are from Bournemouth, some are from Southampton. But I would also say that equally representations were received of the same number, but they were from neighbours objecting to this application. So my view is that those that are most impacted by this application, i.e. the neighbours and those that actually live within Martello Park, they are the representations that I think should be given more weight. So in summary, Chairman, the extra height and bulk is simply just not in keeping with the prevailing character of Martello Park. The minor amendments made are nowhere near sufficient to overcome the previous reasons for refusal. And also we need to be consistent in our decision making. And as such, I would urge members to follow the recommendation of the case officer and refuse this application as it is contrary to policies PP27, PP28 and PP31 of the pool local plan. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes, much appreciated. Mr. Maidman, is there anything you would like to come back on what you've heard from deputations? And I wonder if, for me, you could also clarify the point that was raised around about permitted development for blocks of flats, please.
Certainly, Chairman.
Thank you.
Just in response to the supporters slide, I fully support the comments made by Councillor Haynes with regard to the impact of Burnage Court compared to the application property. The sites are clearly very different and a very different relationship with the neighbouring buildings either side. And with regard to the slide on screen now that's been submitted by the applicant, this is a view taken from the rear of the site. From either a hot air balloon or an aeroplane. It's not a view that anyone would regularly see. The view which people would regularly see is the view in Martello Park itself. Currently, we have an existing large building which is very prominent in the street scene. And the conclusion that I've come to is that the additional story would make the building appear overly prominent, overly dominating, and that would materially harm the character and appearance of the area. With regards to permitted development rights, yes, there have been some recent changes to permitted development regulations, which in certain circumstances do allow additional stories to be added to buildings. In this case, because of when the building was constructed, I don't believe that the permitted development rights are applicable. And also interesting to note that the applicant hasn't tried to erect a further story under that permitted development legislation. So no permitted development fallback position has been established, and I don't believe it is applicable in this case. I don't think it would meet the relevant legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maiden, and thank you for your clarification regarding the permitted development rights. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a question to start with. When we were shown the site plan at the beginning, where this building is, that one, go back, that one, there is in fact nothing shown on the site at the rear boundary on the cliff edge, but in the illustrated picture that we just had from the applicant, there clearly is a building virtually across the whole end of that site. Can we be told what it is, how tall it is, etc., before I raise any other?
Mr. Maidman?
You can see it there, just above where there was a cliff fall a few years ago.
At the very rear of the site, the white
Yes.
element, is that what
Yes.
you're referring to? That's not a building. That's I believe sort of a raised kind of patio outdoor amenity area. It's not a building.
Well, it looks very like one.
There's no building there at present, and this application is not proposing to erect any form of building. So, I don't know where that's come from. This is a slide that's included by the applicant. I can show you the current situation at the rear of the building. This is a view taken from the very rear. There is a small patioed area, and it's grassed. So there's no building at the rear of the site, and no building has been is proposed as part of this application. The application is purely to add an additional story. So I don't personally know where or what that slide from the applicant is referring to.
I have a large picture of it in front of me, Chairman, and clearly there is a vertical wall to whatever is there, and it almost looks as though there are windows in it, but maybe it's a rendered finish with brick below it, and it's sort of built down into where there was a cliff fall, and I'm surprised the planning officer isn't more aware of it. But that's possibly not relevant to putting an extra story on top of this building. I have to agree with the ward councillor. I think she summed it up perfectly well. I don't need to add any more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I know this particular area quite well, and I must admit 4 stories were approved, and I do find that this application to put a further story on is rather opportunistic, and it would appear that there's been attempts to support it by, let's call them friends, question mark there, not sure. However, I would areas typified by apartments of good quality. There is one 5-story block at the far end, one other block of 3-story, but in the immediate vicinity, all of the apartments are 4 stories and of very, very similar height. I do find that a 5th story on this prominent site would be an overdevelopment, and it would impinge on a number of factors. Therefore, I intend to support the officers' observations and also the ward councillors, May Haynes, who I think summarised it very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Neill. Members, before I move to the next speaker, could I just remind members that it really is irrelevant who the representations come from on these applications. We may have our own thoughts on that, but please, it's not for us to mention those thoughts in this forum of a planning board. As long as the representations are received and confirmed by the planning team, then they are acceptable to us, no matter what we as individuals think of them. Thank you. And could I now call Councillor Hilliard, please?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I have clarification, maybe from Miss Coulter? But if a councillor calls something in, you can say, I will call in if it is to be approved, if you're against it. Now, what we've seen tonight is 20 applications, 20 objectors. Does the Constitution not say if they object, but the planning decision is refused, the officer's recommendation is refused, it doesn't need to come to committee?
I believe it doesn't say that at all, Councillor Hilliard, unfortunately. I can totally see your point, and I actually think that may be worth something looking at another stage, but unfortunately, no, that only counts for councillor call-ins.
Okay, so basically, if I can propose refusal as set out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Hilliard, please?
Yes, Chair.
Chair, I will second that.
Who came in first there? Councillor Johnson, I'll grab you on that one.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe just quickly on Councillor Hilliard's point, I'm not sure whether I've read it correctly, but I believe that the 20 letters of objection were objecting to the officer's recommendation, and therefore they were in support of it. It's just confusing with objections going one way or the other when the officer's decision was to refuse. So I think that might be why it was called in, because they were still arguing against the officer's recommendation. But I think for me on this one, I will be supporting Councillor Hilliard's move, as I said. I think that perhaps if the building had been set back a little way further from the road, perhaps between the two buildings and more central to the plot, then this might not have been such an issue. But given its position so much closer to the road and the closeness to South Lodge, I just think that an extra story there will be, it will look massively bigger and overbearing on the two near properties. So I will be supporting his move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I support the officer and councillor's recommendation. I think that, I visited the site and it certainly is dominant. And I think one of the problems that, because it's at the edge of the road, there isn't any way that you could soften it with landscaping. And I think to put another 5 metres on top would be totally out of order. So I support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Of course, overly prominent and dominant, it really is a bit of a subjective view, isn't it? People will take a different line on that, depending what they see. When I went to the site, I actually took the opposite view, that it wouldn't make a huge amount of difference. And, we're talking about one floor, but I know other areas of the town where we've built whole blocks of flats where tall buildings weren't even permitted. So I know it doesn't, just use that as an example of a lack of consistency in terms of decision making, which is what Councillor Hayes was after. But in terms of it being opportunistic, I mean, isn't that what private enterprise is about, being opportunistic? I don't see an issue with that. And so, I actually have taken a different view. I don't think that an additional floor would cause material harm in terms of overlooking or the character of the area. So I certainly won't be supporting the move to refuse.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Jack?
Yes, Chairman, quickly, one point which I didn't mention before. When Martello Park was first formed, and the old large houses which were there got taken down one by one and turned into blocks of flats and so on. The point was that it was park, in inverted commas, and that in general, the new developments should not totally breach the tree line, because whilst the aerial picture shows you that obviously you can see a great deal, from the ground level and from the water, if you are sailing, the impression is that Martello Park and all across there is a very verdant, well-treed area. But if we start sticking up too many tall buildings above it, you change the character of the area entirely. So I'm very happy with the recommendation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Steve Barron.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't actually have a problem with it, to be honest. I know that's sort of slightly extrovert in the room at the moment, but yeah, I think the neighbouring properties are of their time, and I think this is of today's time. And sometimes when when you can't build out, you've got to build up, and there's nothing new about that. You've only got to look at New York in the 30s, and I'm not suggesting we want to turn Poole into New York, but I really don't see that adding a stepped back extra floor on that building will make a massive difference. I mean, certainly from seeing it from Poole Bay, yeah, I think it's an attractive building, and I won't be supporting the move. Thank you,
Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Barron. So I have no further speakers indicating to speak at this time. So I will move to the vote on this one. We have a move to refuse as per the officer's recommendations. That move has been made by Councillor Hilliard and seconded by Councillor Johnson. I'll come to you all in turn. If you could indicate if you are for the move or against the move, please. Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Decent.
For.
Councillor Dion.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Le Pedoven.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
And myself, Councillor Kelsey, I am also for on this one. If I could have the numbers, please, Mr. Tye.
Certainly, thank you, Chairman. So the total number of votes for is 12. Total number of votes against is 2, and there were no abstentions. So that motion has carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that application has been refused as per the officer's recommendation. I'd like to thank everyone for taking part in that. Thank you for Councillor May Haynes for hanging around for so long to speak on that one. And we will now move on to the final application this afternoon, which is 6G, 43 Wickfield Avenue in Christchurch. And I would ask Mr. Hodges to prepare the screen for his presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just wait for Mr. Mayment to come out of the presentation. That's excellent. Thank you, John. And hopefully, shortly. So, are you now seeing the PowerPoint, Chairman?
We are indeed.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, so this is an application for household options to a property at Wickfield Avenue in Christchurch. For its broad location, southwest of the Christchurch town centre over here, between the town centre and the river. Aerial view of the site, that shows you some of the variety of house types, sizes, plots in the area. You've got bungalows, chalets, semi-detached, 2-storey, single-storey, 1.5-storey properties, a variety, typical residential post-war development that we see a lot of on the fringes of Christchurch town centre. So site here on the left-hand side, red line plan, and just to clarify a point in the report, the yellow hashed, yellow coloured area is the boundary of the town centre conservation area. You can see it's some distance outside. The little red triangles are listed buildings on that plan, Chairman. So the existing property, very typical post-war bungalow with accommodation in the roof space, served by a little small dormer at the moment, and just a slightly unusual feature, slightly long wing at the side of the property. You see that in plan there on the existing floor plans, not actually physically linked into the property at the moment, and then you can see the existing loft conversion serving bedrooms at the first floor level. So the proposal is to extend the roof, add dormers to front and rear, and also link the property onto this side garage element, and then link onto the back of that as well. So this is how it looked from the front. So it creates a cropped hip roof with 3 dormers on the front, and then on the rear elevation, a proposed dormer facing down the garden. And just to clarify a point, that this rear wall is built up on the existing rear wall to enlarge the first floor accommodation. So what that looks like in terms of the plan, so the building's extended into this existing rear outbuilding and turns that into living accommodation. The garage is brought slightly further forward at the front. If you look at this red line, dotted line here, that's the existing front of the property, and so it brings it further forward here, and then you can see the increased first floor accommodation served by the dormers. So you've got a bedroom looking down, and then secondary rooms, cupboards en suite, and then bedrooms looking over the front elevation over the street. And just taking you to some views, so from street view, so property in here. You can see the variety of types and properties in the area, and this is looking back up from the road. And as you can see, the crop tip form is very similar to number 47 here, but with the addition of the dormers, and the actual property is just in there. Just a couple of views. Top left, this is the garage, which will be brought slightly further forward against number 41 on the right hand side there. This is the view from the existing rear facing Velux. You can see the building, outbuilding extending back into the garden. Beyond there, where the chimney and the roof is number 41. You can see their garage extending back into the garden as well. And then this is to number 45. So this right hand side is the side elevation of the site. So it's the building is extended up on here. There's this opening you could here see, which is obscure glazed, or appears to be obscure glazed. And then looking at that from the garden backwards, so this is number 45, and where the building is built up on this line here along this red brick on the edge of the building here, and doesn't extend further out into the garden here. So Chairman, this is an application where we have sought amendments to the scheme to reduce its scale and impact. So originally it was proposed as a full two-storey. So the case officer has sought to have that reduced back and reduce the scale and therefore the impact of the property on neighbouring on the neighbours. We're satisfied that the resulting chalet appearance is compatible with the wider character and appearance of the area, and also that through those amendments that its impact on the living conditions of those neighbours is satisfactory, and for those reasons it's recommended for approval, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Mr. Tyler, would you like to read out any statements, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Received 2 statements in objection and 1 in support. There are no ward councillors speaking on this. So the first of the 2 statements in objection has been received from a Mr. and Mrs. Miller of Wickfield Avenue, and their objection is as follows. Our original objection still stands, as does our response to the agent's comments regarding the amended plans. Our main concern is the garage moving forward of its existing footprint. It is already right on our boundary with less than a metre between it and our bungalow. It also overhangs our property. The neighbouring 6 bungalows are all set back relative to each other. No others are this close together. No others have their outlook affected. From the front right corner of all the others, it's possible to look out and along the road with no obstructions. We will be looking out onto a brick wall. My father built number 41 in 1950. I grew up in it until 1980 and moved back in 2010. Over the years, the garage was extended towards the rear. We first lost light and outlook from the side bedroom window, now seeing a brick wall. Then after the second extension, we lost light and outlook from the side of our conservatory, seeing now another brick wall. A third extension, without planning permission, we again lost light and outlook to the conservatory, again another brick wall. The last approved planning application had a condition that it should only be used as a garage, not for habitation, as it would have detrimental impact on neighbouring properties. The applicant is now wishing to extend forwards and backwards, and again we will lose light and outlook. The rear extension appears to be just under a metre higher than our 6-foot fence and going the whole length of the garden. In summer months we will lose sunlight in our conservatory, and more of our back garden will be in shadow during the day. We are not against improving or updating number 43 or any associated building work. However, such a large extension on our boundary is excessive, particularly due to its proximity to our bungalow. As it is already a very long double-length garage, we see no need for it to extend forward at all. The proposed side extension is already massively long. We see no reason why this forward extension should not be retained within the existing garage space or garden store. We hope the committee will take our concerns into consideration in conjunction with all earlier concerns already formally expressed. And that is from Bev Miller and Adam Johnston, owner-occupiers of the neighbouring property, 41 Wickfield Avenue. The second statement in objection, Chair, is from a Mr. and Mrs. Huckstep, who are of 45 Wickfield Avenue. Their statement is as follows. We appreciate this opportunity to reiterate our concerns already presented to the Council. We trust that all Council members now debating this issue online have read the detail of our objections and make this statement to highlight the impact this redevelopment will have on us at number 45. The existing garage, which has already been extensively lengthened twice and is now proposed to include virtually the full boundary length, presents a major change of use from a standalone garage storage totally independent from the habitable quarters of the existing chalet bungalow, and should be viewed as introducing new residential living areas into a building currently not attached to the main house. We appreciate rules can evolve over time, but the grant of planning permission at reference number 8970578F, given to extend this outbuilding, specifically placed a condition on any future plans that this should not be used for either business or habitable premises because of its close proximity to neighbours and likely intrusion on neighbouring homes. This is every bit as relevant today as it was then, probably more so establishing a much larger footprint of a 4+ bedroom dwelling house. We cannot underestimate the impact creating such a large living area sideways along the rear of our own home will be, incorporating as it does full opening access, bifold or double doors, onto a relatively modest rear garden patio area within such short distance to our own garden space. It is inevitable we shall be sharing additional family noise whenever we open our traditionally rear-facing kitchen or lounge doors during long periods throughout the summer months. The applicant's town planners reference to his significant fallback permitted right to erect a 2-metre high closed-boarded fence along our adjoining boundary, saying it would significantly reduce light levels into our kitchen, comes across as threatening either or. This fence in reality will not have as great an impact as the proposal to create new higher side roof lines, altering the current chalet pitch angles. In this scenario, a new 2-metre fence would be preferable. Over the last 23 years, number 45 has been our third main residential home of varying sizes within the heart of the town centre and walking distance to the Priory. The applicant's property proposals within this lower section of Wickfield Avenue introduces an imbalance to the overall street scene, is excessively overbearing on established neighbouring homes within its immediate vicinity, and removes the opportunity for a more balanced variety of households central to the town's high street, quay and recreational facilities. It is our objection that these plans introduce an excessive rebuild beyond an extension, creating an overbearing, intrusive and detrimental impact on our home living quarters next door. There is an expanding disproportion of very large properties more suited to surrounding locations, with bigger plots overwhelming a very compact town centre within its cramped streets and lanes. National Planning Policy Framework guidance is exactly that, a guidance. It provides a safeguard of fairness to all parties, not an automatic right to implement in every given situation. We regret that circumstances prevent us from presenting this to the Planning Committee by personal representation, but thank you in advance of the meeting for giving serious debate to our concerns. And that ends the second statement in objection, Chairman. The statement in support has been received from Mr. Darrell Howells of Pure Town Planning, and it reads as such. Due to the positioning of housing in the area, the proposed rear elevation will not be visible from any public viewpoint. The distance of separation from first floor windows to housing in Soapers Lane to the northeast is 32 metres away, so no overlooking shall occur. My apologies, Chairman, I've managed to start from the middle of the statement, so I'll start again from the beginning. Again, this is from Darryl Howells of Pure Town Planning in support of the application. The applicant is extremely pleased to receive the Head of Planning Services recommendation to approve this development subject to the conditions imposed. This planning proposal will extend the applicant's home, which he and his wife purchased last year to be their forever home, as they both love the area and the convenience to nearby facilities. The existing bungalow, whilst in the ideal location, does not offer the ideal accommodation within. The layout is disjointed, the kitchen lacks connectivity to the lounge and dining area, the bedrooms are small, limited headroom in the roof space, and finally the garage is too large. Overall, the bungalow is entirely appropriate for extension and modernisation. As a result of the proposed development, the ground floor will offer a large open plan lounge, dining and kitchen area, a reduced adequate garage with additional parking on the two existing driveways, and at first floor accommodation of 3 good-sized bedrooms. The design of the proposed development will positively respect the varied street scene, as its final appearance will be as a chalet bungalow, comprising typical eaves and ridge heights and dormer windows. The position of the garage is stepped forward slightly, however, due to the alignment of pattern of development, no material loss of natural light will occur to number 41 to the north. To the rear of the dwelling, there will be single and 2-storey extensions. The single-storey area accommodates part of the lounge, but due to its limited height and flat roof, will cause no adverse impact to the amenities of number 41. The proposed 2-storey extension will square off the back of the dwelling and has been designed to offer a slightly higher eaves level than on the frontage. However, being 1 metre from the side boundary with number 45 to the south, it is considered that there will be no adverse impact. The remainder of the first floor accommodation is housed in a wide dormer window positioned on the rear elevation but set in from the side elevations by 1.5 metres, so again will cause no impact to either neighbour. Due to the positioning of housing in the area, the proposed rear elevation will not be visible from any public viewpoint. The distance of separation from first floor windows to housing in Soapers Lane to the northeast is 32 metres away, so no overlooking shall occur. The Environment Agency has accepted provision of retained finished floor levels and higher positioned electrical sockets as mitigation against flooding. Finally, the proposed development wholly complies with adopted planning policies, and the scheme will positively contribute to the varied housing forms that occur in Whitfield Avenue. That's the end of the statement, Chairman. I will now hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. And over to members for any discussions. And also, Mr. Hodges, is there anything you would like to come back on what you have heard?
No, nothing to add, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So do we have any members wishing to speak? Councillor Lepedovin.
Thank you. First of all, a question to Mr. Hodges. The representation from the neighbour at 41, very concerned about the effect on them and their property. Have you got any information about the elevations of number 41 on facing 43? For instance, the windows, particularly windows and things like that.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could take you to the photographs, what you'll see if you look at the bottom right is that the existing outbuilding sits hard on that boundary, and then if you look here on the top left, that's a garage against the side elevation of the property. So as the extension is set in here against that side elevation, we feel that that's an acceptable relationship because of the existing situation that you already find with the properties, and the bringing forward of the garage here slightly further forward. I'll just show you the side elevation again, which would be here. You'll see that the main part of the building already sits much further forward, and there is a stagger between the properties that you've seen on the layout. So it's potentially possible that from the front of the property you may be get an angled view towards that side elevation. But in terms of the overall outlook from that particular main living room window over the front elevation of the street, we feel that that retains a completely acceptable outlook from that front elevation, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm not actually so concerned about the front, it's more the back, because that seems for the in what the neighbour wrote in his it was there, wasn't it? Both of them in what they presented to us.
Okay, so
Chairman, light and overlooking.
So as you see again, looking at this photo here, you can already see the existing building here. In terms of how that particular element is extended, you'll see that that's taken along on the proposed elevation with a flat roof. In terms of the extra element added on to the end, that would be a flat roof. Although it's presented in the applicant's deputation, that height would not exceed hugely a 2-metre fence boundary. So the difference between that flat roof and the eaves against a 2-metre boundary would not be significantly greater, and it would be difficult from our opinion to argue a substantial loss of outlook or harm against a fairly typical residential boundary that could be erected as permitted development, Chair.
Right. Because she keeps referring, or they keep referring to looking out at a blank wall, worse, bigger than what they've got now, more extended.
Chairman, that's correct in terms of maybe it helps to look at this particular plan in that it is extended further back to the rear, and so in terms of that element would be partially visible from the rear of this neighbour here. I hope that's clearer on there. But in terms of that wider outlook over the garden, our view is because the height has been kept at that low level, that's an acceptable impact. And in terms of overall the views from any rear-facing windows in this neighbouring property, still have those views over their private rear amenity space, and what they would see would be partially higher than an ordinary 2-metre boundary fence.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
may come back later.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Could we also, just to clarify, there was reference to the planning application for the garage extension having restrictions on living accommodation. Is that relevant? Thank you.
Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's. I think that permission dates back to about 1997. Obviously, we're dealing with different plans and policies and guidance at this point in time. My understanding is the reference was to do with either running a business or having a living accommodation. Clearly, the application is a householder application, doesn't propose any form of business, and so the issue would then be about using that as living accommodation. So on the floor plan, you'll see it's shown as living accommodation in the garden store. In terms of that impact, the possibility that someone would use that as living accommodation, that would simply be a residential use adjoining another residential use, and in broad principle terms, that's clearly acceptable, and we would have a great deal of difficulty in alleging a harm from having one residential property adjoining another.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. What people will say is, well, what's the point of having that condition if it might be 20 years down the line, you again go against it? That's all I was thinking, but that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. I confess myself, I was worried about this one when I was reading through it prior to the meeting. I was worried about the scale of it, but quite frankly, having heard all the presentations, I don't think that any damage being done to the immunity of neighbours is enough for us to refuse it. I think that it doesn't get any closer to the neighbouring properties. It doesn't get any taller, albeit the eaves are extended out, obviously, with the dormers, but it doesn't get any closer. It doesn't make the building any taller than the neighbouring properties. And in terms of loss of light, I think that the rear extension being flat roofed is enough to protect against that, because I believe in one of the photographs in Mr. Hodges' presentation, where we were looking out over the existing, that's the one in the bottom right there, you can see that most of the garden is already in shade, and you can see that there's no leaves on the trees there, so the sun is already quite low. So I just don't think that any damage that would be done by the extensions is enough to refuse this. So I think I will be supporting the officer's recommendation. I would make a move to that effect. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Ayres-Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. On regard to the concerns about loss of sunlight, this in effect, rather than a sloping roof, will end up with a flat roof. And I'm confident, although I can understand neighbours' concerns, that there will be no loss of light, because the sun is never that low in the sky during the daytime. This is only, if you like, a chalet bungalow, and the sun is normally, let's say from 8 in the morning through most of the day, is well over an ordinary house roof height. So I would be very, very surprised if this were going to cause any serious overshadowing. And it was some while ago that planning permission, and maybe even permitted development, actually allowed long rear developments, extensions of a single story element. We had one in Poole, which I think extended the wall 27 foot down a garden, and there was simply nothing we could do about it except agree to it. But the neighbours will be faced, okay, with a brick wall. They can, if they wish, at that point, put shrubbery there on their own side to mitigate against looking at a load of bricks, if that's what they want to do. I can't see any reasons to refuse this. I know Wick Road. I know this road. I had friends who lived there. They might even have lived in that bungalow years ago. It was certainly very close vicinity to that. It is a modest development for somebody's home. It certainly is not going to be a business or a commercial use. And I think that condition, we used to put that on all the time as standard, just to make sure if there was any change, the applicants had to come back to the council on it. But it didn't mean it could never happen. But I don't have a problem with the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't say over much on this one, but I know this street well. I know the area well. The street is one of mixed bungalows, chalet bungalows, and in many instances you could claim degrees of loss of light or even some loss of privacy or overlooking. And this could be said about this development. However, I must say that in all of those instances, I do not believe there is any significant harm, and therefore I would certainly move to support the officer's approval. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Steve Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Johnson has already... He has, yes. I was going to second it.
That's fine. You can certainly do that, Councillor. Is there anything you would wish to add, Steve, please?
No, it's all been said. I see no material reasons for refusing the application. I don't see any harm in the development at all.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Bartlett. With that being said, I too am quite happy with the application. I think the officer's done a good report on this and has covered all the details that have been mentioned in it. So I will support the move to grant this one, and I will go immediately to the vote on this. Again, same procedure. I will call your names if you can state for or against, please. Sorry. Councillor Steve Bartlett.
Sorry, Chair, did you call out Barron?
I said Steve first, but I will go with either of you. Councillor Barron.
4. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. My mistake. Sorry, guys. Councillor Bartlett.
4.
Councillor Borthwick.
4.
Councillor Bull.
4.
Councillor Davies.
4.
Councillor Decent.
4.
Councillor Dion.
4.
Members of the public will realise that Councillor Peter Hall is not voting on this application as he declared interest at the beginning of the meeting. Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
4.
Councillor Lepedevin.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
4.
Councillor Stribley.
4.
And myself, Councillor Kelsey, also 4. Mr. Tyler, could I have the numbers on the doors, please, for this one?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Chair. So the total number of votes for the motion is 11. Total number of votes against the motion is 2, and there were no abstentions, so that has passed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. So that application is granted as per the officer's recommendations. And that concludes the business of this planning board meeting this afternoon. Before we leave, I would just like to take the opportunity to thank the members of the public for joining us this afternoon. And I wish everyone here concerned a very happy Christmas. And hopefully we can look forward to a better new year in 2021 and hopefully able to at some stage get back to actually seeing each other in person rather than just via screens. So I'd like to thank everyone for taking part, particularly the Democratic Services officers behind the scenes who have helped with the hand-raising efforts this afternoon. It's much appreciated, and I thank you very much. If members could just stay on for 2 minutes after we close the live stream, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Max, if we could close that, please.